I did it.
At least we're all in danger. Like, at least it's not just...
I'm not in danger.
I think I'm fine.
Bold of you. Bold of you.
I think I'm good.
You guys, please
I
say you're
think
in
I'm
danger.
good.
I can't be alone.
I'm in danger.
Please be in danger, guys.
Actually,
I know you are. I know you are.
Aria and Arlow are
Lexus
very
and the
much in
Guardians
danger.
are in the fucking trenches.
I also feel like Andromeda's in danger because she has a moment with Mud, so...
It's kind of.
I
Is
want
it
to
with
tell...
Mud?
I thought so.
I kind
I
of
want to tell
assumed so.
Haley the thing
Maybe.
that I noticed.
Maybe
we
not.
can say
I
it
guess I
online.
assumed that.
I noticed...
Aren't you going
Hi,
home?
live. Aren't you live?
Yeah,
Your
I'm
boyfriend's been alone all day.
I was
One
going to
second, I
say...
don't have it up.
Hi.
Haley,
I was
do you-
like, continue.
Hi, guys.
Oh, yeah, go first because you're saying you should say hi.
I said hi to them. They
What
said,
happened?
please tell me what you're gonna say. I want to know really bad.
Yeah, I want to know.
I want Haley to know that I was trying to understand and think through Arlo's
Yes,
brain
I want her
on
to know this.
Andromeda and
Yeah.
what he was feeling about her.
Yeah.
And
There we go.
it's very complex and complicated. When Dimitri was like, just talk to her. I was like,
yeah.
Arlo was like, I don't know where I would even start. Like, I don't even know what I would do with that. And I had this realization today that I think the way that Arlo feels about Andromeda is similar to the way that Cal felt about Arlo.
Yeah!
Where
Okay, we're talking about
he
that.
expects a lot of Andromeda and sees the best in Andromeda.
Mhm.
And then
Good
it's
potential.
really hard because he also
To
sees
see
himself
her
in
when-
Andromeda.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I gave myself chills.
Yes.
It's not- It hurt, and it hurt.
That's why he's
It
like
hurted
always
me.
like so disappointed and like
That's
mad and like
spicy.
frustrated and stuff is because I don't know, it's like a lot of projecting and a lot of like ooh, I don't know, it's good. It's good.
Eat that
it's good.
shit up.
Ooh.
Yeah,
We eat that shit up. Hi,
That
Chad.
makes so much sense.
especially because like where they were at the beginning of the whole campaign, where they were like, first off, dating slay, but like
Yeah.
they were the,
Dating
they were
slay.
the
They were so
himbo,
goofy.
Big slay. That was
well,
such a
they
slay.
were the himbo
I miss
bimbo
that
duo,
era.
and so like
Yeah.
the fact that they
And
were
now they're
that
like
close,
supposed to grow together. Well, Arlo's
And-
grown a shit ton.
Arlo's
and
going in a
Andromeda is
completely
also,
opposite
but, like,
direction,
Yeah, they kind
Yeah.
of
and so
diverge.
there's nothing
Ooh.
that
Oh, okay, yeah.
what
Yeah, she's getting worse. She's getting bad.
she is.
No,
She
they're
is.
just growing
Everything
opposite
is getting
ways.
worse around her.
Yeah,
That's
Everything is getting
true.
worse.
Yeah.
She's
Well, okay.
really struggling.
Do you remember what I said? Do you remember what I said like last
Taking L
session?
after L after
Where
L.
do you remember what I said? Where I said it feels like
It's theory time, chat. It's psychoanalyzing time, chat.
Maybe
we
you
need
guys
to
get
get
back
here.
here.
Also, we gotta get in. I'm sorry.
Say it. Say what you're gonna say.
Wait, what are you gonna say, Jazz? What are you gonna say?
I'm here to listen. I'm
All Andromeda is doing is losing, and everybody else is gaining. Andromeda is losing her family, her livelihood, her history. Everything is going. All we're doing is learning more about our families, our history, our memories. Like all we're doing is continuing. And Andromeda just keeps losing things. And so of course it's getting worse. And Arlo doesn't like that because he's imagining himself in her situation.
Yeah.
And he can't imagine himself doing the things that she's doing.
It's like the parallels that like
That's the
you
thing.
just don't want to see.
Stab me in the heart.
It's horrible.
this
Anyway.
this game.
This
This game.
Oh my
This
god.
game.
She went from having like everything, like
like
she
this
had all
game.
her
No, yeah.
family,
Love this
she had a
game.
Yeah.
community.
That's
It
what I'm
was like
saying.
the best, but it was
Did-
like it was
did
still
I
good
say
under the
that?
facade of it.
Did I only say that to Jay?
I think you only said. I think you said it to Haley when Haley was here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
I said it to you.
Yeah.
But that
And
was
then-
like,
Arlo goes from like a blank slate of nothing, of zero, and then he's
To
like getting his like
gaining.
memories, he's
Mhm.
getting his family and stuff, like slowly, piece by piece. They're like literally going like
opposite
Opposite
Oh
direction.
my
directions.
god.
ships in the night. It was just-
Ships in
Opposite
the night.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. That's insane.
Unless
And they
you wanna
started
go
at
next,
the
'cause I
same
have
point,
no
and then they
idea.
like went opposite directions. But they started at the same place. Ugh.
Y'all crazy. Y'all
And then
crazy
what?
quirky.
They got a while to go. Let's say.
They got a
Hi,
they got a-
chat. Welcome
I
to
hope
the
it's a circle where they like
episode.
meet back around over here.
It will.
Late,
It
late
definitely
night
will.
episode.
Diverge and then come back.
and then
The
they
late
hug.
Night
And then they
Ravenwood
hug.
special.
And they hug.
It is
Hi,
the late.
guys.
It's the late night show.
Welcome
Alright,
to
let's
the
go.
Late
Late night
Welcome
show.
to the epilogue.
So we have a little bit of a time limit, but not like not an extreme one. We're literally good. But we're
got, like, 3
gonna.
hours.
Yeah, that's plenty of time.
Okay.
That is plenty. But yeah, so we're gonna just finish off what we had from not yesterday, but the day
Oh,
before.
That's a nice mug.
Huh?
Very
Ah, pretty.
What's it say on it?
With
Crater Lake National Park.
Crater
Wow.
Lake.
Very nice. Sorry, go ahead.
Wow.
That's where
But
I
yeah,
got it from.
Crater
Sorry.
Lake National Park,
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Hey, yo. But yeah,
Minnesota.
It's Montana, not Minnesota.
I was just saying.
Oh. I see. Anyways.
I was just saying
There's
Minnesota.
multi-layers to that.
Continue.
There's
Minnesota.
multi-layers to that.
But yeah, hello. It's the late night show. It's the late night gang. We are gonna just straight up dive in. And it's just gonna be basically closing off the last episode because I had some things that I wanted to close it off with, and I feel like it wouldn't fit at the start of the newest season, so I figured we just do a little bonus one. And Vay called it an epilogue, and I think that's a really good little title for the episode.
Theo called it an epilogue.
Oh,
first.
Theo called it an epilogue first. Then you both called it an epilogue, and it's
It was Vay's idea.
It's the season 4 epilogue. It was your idea. But yeah. So we're just gonna dive in. Everyone's nervous, and that's fine. We're usually nervous, but we're trying our best. All right. I am gonna start you guys off with Aria returning to Arlow's room, because I feel like you guys are missing out on a group conversation that you might want to have just in general, even if it's just good nights or goodbyes. And so, I just mean goodbyes as in for the night, not like goodbye. Not
Everyone's dying
farewells.
tonight.
Everyone
we heard that
dies.
through yours, from
I just got chilled to the
That
bone.
was so loud. Don't say that.
I feel lightheaded.
Everyone dies.
Lightheaded, yeah.
Anywho.
Right.
Right. Right. So we're just gonna dive straight in. Everything looks good on the stream. Everything sounds good. I'm not gonna give the typical. I guess I could give the typical spiel. But if it's your first time here, just so you know, we don't look at the chat while we're actually playing. We do glance from time to time, but we don't interact with the chat. But we do appreciate everything you guys say. And also, it is 18 plus, so enter at your own risk. Watch at your own risk, I suppose. Yeah, thank you guys for being here on our little special late night special. It is definitely not what we late night special. Is definitely not what we usually do.
This is 𝐂𝐸 host. This is
Welcome to Ravenwood.
I would eat that all.
Please.
Wait.
I've been here the whole time.
Season 4 epilogue. Let's do it.
Epilogue.
Sadote.
Sadote.
Watching you guys react to that made me laugh so hard. Sadote. All right.
Oh, man.
She is the host.
I invited 𝐂𝐸 to the sleepover, but she was Indra.
Yeah.
𝐂𝐸 should have been at the sleepover. That would have been so much
That
fun.
would've been so
I had her planned. I drew her reference before that episode just in case. But no one interacted with her.
You had to talk to her. It needed to be wet.
No, I mean like pulling her out.
You scared her away and I
Talk to
brought her
her.
out.
Because I had plans that she might depending on how your closet conversation went, that she might come out in that if she went in the closet with you.
She's gonna come out in the closet. I love that.
I do too, actually.
As a vampire bat.
Vampire
Oh
bat.
my gosh.
The bat's out of the bag.
Soft.
The bat's out of the bag.
The bat is out of the bag.
Bag
He's
was
just
the
a
most
baby bat.
hilarious
She's
line.
just a baby bat.
The bat's out of the bag. All right.
I'm so
I
nervous.
love her. Okay, anyway.
All right, I'm ready to take notes.
All
Let's
right. So.
Oh, you're damn good at that too.
So, to dive back into it, to give a little bit of set the scene. The rest of you, I believe, stayed when Aria left. Stayed in the room with Arlow and Cal and Dimitri. Crazy.
Wow.
Do you want to give me a brief synopsis of what you were probably doing in that time that Aria had gone and basically booted Calypso out?
I mean, how long was Aria gone for?
I feel like it was only
Maybe like 10 minutes?
15.
It was
Yeah,
probably
10-15
It
minutes.
was probably about 10-15 because she had to walk up all the stairs
Yeah.
up to
Yeah.
her dorm.
And then she had that conversation with Elfie and
Had a
stuff.
combo with Elfie and
Oh,
Hero.
true.
And then she went in, said goodbye.
I'd say 15.
Then she got redressed. So
Okay.
15
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's fair.
I think Arlo is sitting on his bed and just staring at Cal like this.
Oh.
That's
Just
real.
Yeah,
That's fair.
it's like staring at him.
Yeah.
It is fair.
What about Andromeda and Theron?
Andromeda's sitting in between, like, to the side of Arlo and Cal, and just like,
like looking
like a tennis match.
for nothing is going back and forth. It's just
Aria's gonna walk in on a weird thing.
She's perceiving the vibes.
I think when Wit like helped Aria out, I think he like closed the door and then like leaned against it just in case, because it's not like locked or anything anymore. Actually, can it manually lock? Probably.
Yeah, there's probably like a lock on it that you could lock it yourself. Yeah, okay. I imagine.
So maybe just in case he'll lock it, because they have stolen good on the bed right now.
They do.
Oh, and Dewey. It's the goodest of good.
They do.
Contraband.
But I still think he's just like leaning, maybe not against the door, but like next to the door, just in case.
I want to say,
he's pondering.
For a moment, Wit, as you are in this room, enclosed in this room with Cal and Arlow and the rest of them, of course, Andromeda, Dimitri. I said the rest of them. I was like, there's only 2 other people. I can say their names. Yeah. I don't know why my brain
and
did
the
that.
other 2.
The other 2. My brain was thinking about like the sleepover again with like 50 fucking people in the room.
That's fair. There's a lot of people in my room at a lot of times.
Andromeda's been in multiple bodies. Andromeda's been in multiple bodies, so she's technically multiple people now.
Yeah, exactly. God damn.
I mean, okay.
Listen,
that's a weird way to think about it, fair.
You've been living vicariously through people.
That's an odd mindset to have.
That's an odd mindset to have, but I respect it.
We'll unpack that later.
We'll deal with that at some point, I'm sure.
As Aria is upstairs doing this very pivotal moment, good moment.
Good moment. I'm so proud of you.
Wait, as you're enclosed in this room, and I imagine you've been taking glances at Cal, probably, who's literally
looking at Cal,
taking
probably,
up much of the room.
Just checking on like Dimitri, and then like just bouncing through like everyone. Honestly,
I will say Dimitri is sitting like right next to you, Arlo, but not touching.
Okay.
In that way, that's like kind of like that grounding presence. But like, I'm not gonna overwhelm by like putting an arm around or anything like that. So he's just sitting there. Yeah, he's just sitting there. He's like, okay. Okay.
That's good. All right, this is a lot.
Wit. After a few moments of kind of being in this space and watching Cal and the others, and this like the strobing of this energy that is in this device that is atop Cal's chest, you feel the ache in your body and your back begin to release.
Oh, hell yeah.
You feel your limbs begin to relax, and you feel your body begin to shift into a very more comfortable place. Should you like to, I don't know, be someone else?
Oh. But like, is this like a one-time thing, or like?
That's a good question.
Because I do not want to be trapped in Wit.
That's fair. I will just say that it doesn't feel like there's pressure on your back anymore. You don't feel like you're trapped in Theron anymore. And it's that telltale lift of like how you felt when you're on Ostradel.
Take a break.
I know. Like, there's like the magic is just radiating off, and like I could probably.
Yes.
Handle a sneak you go just if you really need it. I consent for
You're probably right. I feel like Kato would sneak it to you over Solar at this point. Kato's like, Ariel.
That's true, actually. But I don't want to. I don't want the go-go juice. I don't want Nell's like lifeblood or whatever.
Fair.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. But if Cal's just literally just oozing it, and I don't have to like take it from him. It's just in the air already.
Right now, in this moment, you feel it.
Okay, he's gonna relax into it then, just for a little bit.
Baby boy.
That breaks.
If I get trapped in this, I'm gonna die.
I look over at you, and I'm like, my brows just raise.
Yeah. It's probably like a just very like slow like dissolve of like Theron just like melts away, and then it's Wit.
I also feel like seeing the relief on your face at like letting that drop for a moment. Dimitri just kind of smiles at you, and it was just like a very genuine smile of like.
That's true. That's the first.
That's
no,
nice.
Not the first time.
Not the first time, but he knows. He knows that you're not you all the time. So
Andromeda's gonna look over at Theron going.
Like my own little painkiller, actually.
Painkiller moment. Andromeda's gonna look over at Theron going into it, and she's gonna be like. Get up and like run over to him.
Arlo fucking jumps.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, fair.
You like jostle the bed and it's like ugh.
Arlo's on fucking edge.
She gives him a big
I'll
ol'
pat
hug.
your golden little head.
No.
In this, Arlo gets up to go check to make sure Cal's okay.
Just like steadies him.
Even though he's probably just fucking laying there.
Yeah,
Literally
he
just
is
out of
still laying there, eyes closed. Very much just looks like he doesn't look like he's
Oh,
in
shoot.
like a deep sleep. He just looks like he's just like almost unconscious in that way.
I literally can't even hold anything against Callie. He's already delightful and he hasn't even spoken.
Oh my god.
Real. Arlo's then
He's
sits
already
down.
helping me and
Yeah.
I like haven't even talked to him yet. This is insane.
I love him.
Amazing.
His very presence alone is healing.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
correct.
This is rough.
Yeah, Arlo just sits by him now on his side of bed. Arlo's probably just been jumping back and forth. Like when he gets overwhelmed by being really close to Cal, he goes back to his bed, and then he gets really upset because he's not close to Cal. He goes back to the other bed.
Fair.
I'm emotional. And I will say, like, when you check on him and stuff, like, if your arms or anything, like, brush his feathers or anything of that nature, they are, like, ungodly soft. Like, they feel like silk.
Oh my gosh.
They stroke them a little bit.
If
We
you
all touch
stroke
those
them,
feathers.
I will say
Yeah.
if you stroke them, they do, like, that little, like, that, like, tremble, almost, when you do. Where it's, like, all of them tremble a moment before they relax again. Like, if you, like, scratch a cat in the best place, you know, they do, like, that little, like, their back does that, like, trembly thing.
Yeah.
Very much like that. But he does not seem to be moving, and his eyes are still shut, but that light is still strobing on his chest. And I believe from there, Aria.
Our girl.
Hi. I have a question
Are
real
you
quick
gonna knock on the door?
Yes.
Oh.
before me. Did you describe it as Cal was? It felt like it's a actual like Cal's powers coming out.
Well, you said
Is that how you?
In,
Because
in
I
which
thought
situation? This was with
For
Wit?
Wit.
The Wit situation?
Yeah.
yes. Well, because I just thought that it was a thing of maybe they were just holding it back, like something was holding it back with the magic. And now that it's disconnected and he's just here, he's not being used as a power source.
Oh,
There's
that's
like
a good
less.
point. Like, he could have been like an
Thing is-
inhibitor of
Yeah,
like
well,
magic.
I'm just
Like
saying
he
they
couldn't
could
use
have
it.
they could have used his magic to force like to power an inhibitor
Yeah.
rather
Right.
than
Mhm.
Well,
him
that makes sense
being-
with
giving it
Paradise.
off.
Yeah, it's also they
I
also
don't know.
described
That's
it as
just
like
what I-
No,
being
I agree
in
with you.
the room
Mhm.
with him is what like actually made it happen. It's like being in
Yeah.
the room and having
Well,
it like
it's
in the air
That's right.
around him.
yeah, it's like it's being used in its natural sense, maybe almost.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. It could be literally both of those things, where it's the
Okay,
fact of,
that makes
like,
sense.
if
There's
there
nothing
was an
stopping it. It's just
inhibitor,
also a source.
yeah, but now you're
yeah.
close to the source kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Because
That's cool.
Paradise at one point was probably a huge source of magic, and now there's Cal here at this moment.
True.
So yeah, so very good thinking,
Yeah.
Aria.
We should keep an eye on that, I suppose. Interesting.
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 Barrels through the door. I'm just kidding.
Well, are you going to knock?
No.
Yeah, no,
Wait, just
Aria-
like boom.
She's not in that
All you
mindset.
hear is
I
just
locked
like
it.
a really quiet, timid, like just like 3 knocks.
Oh,
Is there like a peek hole or like anything like that?
No,
no,
it's just a door.
not the
Okay.
3 knocks.
Arlo, while he like just
You just hear like a
continues- while he continues to stroke the wings, he's just like, and he doesn't look up. He's just like, "Can you get that?"
Just get okay.
Andromeda goes, it's Aria.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
what's going to unlock it and open like a crack just
my
to
bus.
like see it and then like see that it's Aria and then be like, okay, just like open it enough for you to slide in and then close it again.
Arya's just covered in layers. She has a scarf
Oh wait,
on.
wait,
She has a hat on,
wait,
She has
wait.
a jacket on. She has long sleeves
Wait.
on. She has pants on. She has
Backpedal.
boots on. She is covered.
That's
So you'll probably only see like her.
What's your back pedal?
I'm sorry, backpedal. When Wit opens like the door crack to like look and like sees you in all of this very warm getup, I think he would ask like, is she still here, or is she gone? That's what he would ask.
I think Arya kind of just
So okay.
Just the fact that Wit's here.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Just like that was
It's
like
like,
face, by the way.
Like she doesn't see a little dragon eyes go.
Yeah, it's a white blink eye, which is a little creepy, but that's fine.
No, we love it.
We eat it
White
up.
forehead. I'm just kidding. White. No.
Probably like a ghost, especially in the
Gray.
darkness.
Gray.
Gray. You are gray.
You are gray.
Arya just shakes her head. She's like, nope, she's gone.
Anyone else?
Nope.
Cool. And then he'll like pull you in actually.
Oh, right, okay.
And then he'll close the door and lock it again.
How is everybody?
I'm just imagining all the candle, like it's all candlelight.
Yeah.
And it's dark.
All
Yeah.
the lights bouncing
I think-
off,
So
like,
pretty.
flickering.
Arya's
and stuff.
eyes are like, Arya has like, because she has a candle still.
That's
Got one
right.
from her room.
That's
So She has
cute.
a candle.
That's cute.
And
And
she's
Elfie
kind
lighted
of
it
like,
with a lighter actually.
she did, and I love it for her very much. And I think that she kind of like adjusts her eyes because there's like a lot more light in here than there was out in the hallways. And I think that she's kind of just like checking over everybody, seeing how everyone is. And I think then eventually her eyes kind of land on. Do you think Arlo is at the bed at this point or on his bed? Which one?
With Cal.
With Cal right now? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh right, he's petting. Arya's gonna like kind of look over at Cal, because this is the first time that she's actually like gotten to just look at him with
Yeah.
that as a person and not as just like a thing,
Yeah.
as a machine.
Ow.
And I think she's just gonna kind of like put her candle down next to some other ones, and just kind of like. Is he okay? Breathing?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's okay. Just tired.
Right.
And Arlo like pans over what you're wearing
Mhm.
and goes, you on your own now?
Ah.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Wit's inner dialogue.
That was emotional. All right, that was sweet. Good job. Good job.
That was-
Arlo just like reaches out his hand to you.
Arya's just kind of looking at it. Yes, yes, I'm. But he's not anymore, though. That's good.
Nope. It's gonna stay that way.
Good. That's the best, I think. So she looks over at Wit. How you doing there, buddy? Did you sneak out a little juice before we left? Miss 𝐂𝐻𝐤?
I most certainly did not.
Oh, okay.
We just found out what went into that. Of course I wouldn't.
I mean, yeah, just 𝐂𝐻𝐤 seems like a wily girl. Who knows? She would be offering.
That's true. And she's delightful.
Yeah.
No, I think it's him. I hope this doesn't like take anything from him, but it's in the whole room. So.
Oh.
Can't you feel it?
Have to assume this is the natural way his powers work. His gift works. Like, just being around him. Maybe that's why paradise was paradise.
Right. Can any of us feel how it feels?
It feels charged. Like, it doesn't feel the same as Ostrahdel.
How Wit feels it and how Ostrahdel is?
Well, Wit feels it, but while it's so, it feels like magic.
Right.
and it feels warm, and it feels not quite the same as Austradel, but like a magic even to that, just different in its own way, in a way that all magic feels differently, in a way that it probably feels different on Aviosis or Eklamos or any of those different realms, just because it's like its own realm of sorts. And I will say it does feel, in a way, slightly familiar to how it felt during the sports festival. When you all had that
Oh, I wonder what they
accessibility.
did to him during the fucking sports. Never mind. I can't think about this right now. Keep going.
when you all had that accessibility to a sense of magic that did seem like tainted at the time with something else, but still worked like magic worked.
They were probably like siphoning it.
Yeah.
Probably in stronger.
But I wonder if it was like mixed with something.
Either that, or it was just so.
And it was the
Or
first.
if it was like synthetic in the fact that like it was like processed, like his magic but processed.
And it was the first annual sports festival, and it was only to be held at Ravenwood.
Oh, that's right. Okay, because people were asking about like how did the other schools get powered, and like I gotta imagine
This is so
we're the
funny.
only ones. We're the only ones who had magic because we're the only ones who had cow. That's why they didn't hold it here. Ugh. Okay.
This is caca poopy. I'm very sad.
And maybe you guys only ever had access to your magic because you always had Arlow with you.
Ooh.
You mean I could have like shifted just if I was like standing next to Arlo specifically?
Oh
Not
my
quite.
Hold my hand.
Not
Hold
quite.
my hand.
Not
Maybe
quite
he's
like
giving
that.
her physical affection.
Let me
with-
drink his blood. What?
My what?
Hug me more.
My hat.
Hug me more. Hug me, brother.
Hug me, brother.
Like they empathize or something like that.
Wowie.
Wow, Wit and Arlo are Drake and Josh. Sorry. Continue.
What?
They are Drake and Josh.
Andromeda is Megan.
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 Oh my god.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue.
Back to our emotional scene.
Yes.
Anyways.
Just feeding you guys a little. Yeah, it does feel very charged in this room currently.
This Rain is
I feel it.
sorry. Is Arlo's hand still up?
Did you just call Arlo Rain? Wow.
I did.
That
I'm
hurt.
not okay.
That did hurt.
I just took psychic damage.
I thought you were gonna catch that.
Psychic damage.
Oh,
Oh,
come back! He actually did
Theo,
it.
come back. Oh, I heard him. Oh, you're back.
That was scary. Am I back?
You're back. You're
That
back.
was scary.
You're back.
You actually took damage, but like,
That
it
was scary.
electronic
That
damage,
was
apparently.
Are we
Psychic
frozen
damage.
too?
No,
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 you
we're fine.
Okay,
We're
Yeah,
fine.
we're good.
Thank God. Jazz, you
Go back.
scared me. I always fall for it.
Anyways,
Okay.
continue on
Oh.
your emotions. Stop it.
You're
You're too convincing.
Okay. Okay. Is your hand still out for Arya?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Arya, after a hot second of looking over Wit and then back onto you and Cal, she does take your hand. And she kind of just like kind of slides in next to it and just sits on her knees at like the side of the bed.
Yeah.
And is just kind of looking at Cal. Just the widest bird
This probably
eyes.
feels like slightly warm again, just being around him. Honestly,
Oh,
Does it
like a
feel that?
fraction of warmth.
Sweets.
Does it?
Yeah.
It does.
Jade described
Oh.
it as like the magic feeling like warm and like charged.
It
and-
feels like sunlight in a way almost.
Ugh.
Not quite
Arya
the
is
same, but
like-
it feels
You
like
messed
that.
Arya is leaning up against Arlo, just like pressed, like full on, like side to side next to him. Then
Yeah.
while she's on the floor,
Okay.
Aw,
and I think you can kind of just feel like a little tremor, just kind of going through her body a little bit.
Every once in a while, Arlo will just give you an extra squeeze on your hand.
No.
He's quite magnificent, isn't he?
Yeah. I knew the wings were going to be incredible from Hawk's statue, but seeing them in person is all so different.
great sources of power.
Yeah.
Comes with a lot of responsibility.
Yeah. And a lot of people who want to take advantage of it.
Ari just looks up at him. Just like, I hope he knows that you're here with him. You can feel it, just like we can feel him.
I hope so.
God, it's quiet in here. Anybody want to talk?
I was sitting in my pain while you guys were doing that.
Andromeda's gonna like shuffle over to so it's like Arlow.
Arlo, I think, is sitting
Aria.
on the bed.
Yes.
Aria's on the ground.
On the ground.
Dimitri's on the bed
Yes.
on his other side.
Yeah.
The other
Other
side.
bed. Okay.
And Wit's at the door.
The door.
The doorman.
I am
Doorman.
watching.
As you
He
should.
is the door, man.
Andromeda is gonna go
I'm the
over to
bouncer.
Aria's other side on the floor,
Start
and
bouncing
she's
it.
gonna start bouncing.
Sorry,
Dance,
Sam.
monkey dance.
Not allowed.
I like how we go from like really emotional to
Yeah.
whatever's going on now.
Like, oh, there's
It's
a
how we
ring. This
do.
is a club, actually, guys. We're going in.
So
We're going in. Going in.
Cal is the disco ball.
It's the miracles. I want you to know I'm a miracle.
he is
We need to like
Yes,
get
Miracle.
doses.
Anyways,
Right.
Andromeda is gonna go over to Aria's side on the floor, and she's gonna like plop down like crisscross applesauce.
Of course she does.
And she's just like looking up
girl.
at Cal. And before she was kind of like a little all over the place, like a little like, because we just sprinted from the basement all the way over here. So she's
Yeah,
just
we
a little
did.
riled up. I think now she's
Fair.
kind of cooled down, calmed back down.
Adrenaline
Aria
rush.
came back in, like, and everyone's kind of like settled for a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good old adrenaline rush. She was like, but she's chill now. And I think she's just kind of looking at Cal, just very like intently. She's putting puzzle pieces together. There's something she's already figured out, but trying to see if it makes sense. Like, in a way that's like she's been in his body. She has seen through his eyes. She knows how he has felt. She's physically known how he's felt, and she's like emotionally known how he's felt too. And she's just trying to see if, like, she's just trying to put a face to it now.
Yeah.
She's trying to like look at him deeply and be like, this is the person I was in for a little bit. And
You gotta stop describing it like that.
Yeah, you gotta stop. You better stop saying it.
the person whose mind I occupied.
There you go.
Oh my God.
That's weird. Much less weird. Because guess what? I can say that about my dad occupying my mind. I don't want to say what you said about anybody else in my family.
Jesus Christ.
I fucking can't.
Real?
Just trying to just see if it makes sense. See if it like she's just like
Connecting the pieces.
Yeah, he's here. He's
I'm
right here.
sorry.
And it feels like sunlight. So she's like
Yeah.
Yes.
It probably feels
That's
like
bad.
you're like meeting someone you like knew about before they even knew about you, kind of thing. Like someone you had already seen and been familiar with, and like now they're in front of you, which is surreal.
she
Yeah.
knows him intimately, and
Yeah.
it's weird for her.
And
Yeah.
you got some really bad moments with him as well. So
Yeah. She had like 4 visions of Cal or something.
I think
like that?
3.
3 or 4.
3 of them.
It was the meeting,
So many.
the street,
Mm-hmm.
and
And then
then
the one with Arlo.
and the one with
Arlo.
Arlo.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Yeah, I guess that was
But they're
it.
really substantial, so
Yeah.
They were
yeah.
quite.
Even now, I imagine like looking at one of his hands and seeing like the rose brand there is surreal, because you saw him in a room of others with that exact thing, getting
With
that
that
exact thing.
Crazy.
With that,
Wow.
Is there any more conversing you guys do? Or do you want to sum up how you think you spend the rest of this day? I imagine going into the evening and towards the night. Are you all going to stay together?
I don't feel.
I think Aria will probably, before they like kind of separate, I feel like she'd probably give like a little bump to Andromeda after she came near. And I think like as she's trying to like get up from sitting on her knees, she's probably just looking over Cal, and takes Arlow's hand and puts it at the, because he's like on his side, right? So you can see chest mostly. You can see his back as well. She's gonna take Arlow's hand and place it like right at the shoulder blade of where his wings are. And she's just gonna like gently like press it. You gave a nice little massage right there. That's really good. And she like stands up and but be careful. Just gently.
Okay. Thank you. It's great advice.
Feels great. And she kind of stands up and she like to Dimitri.
Dimitri just smiles at you.
So, do we want to try to get him to paradise tonight, tomorrow? Stay here?
I don't know.
We could
I look
try
at Wit.
Unmute
yourself. Unmute yourself, kid. This
Unmute yourself right now.
Andromeda also looks at it.
Nobody said anything.
Wait, decide.
But Arya said, anybody want to talk? So Arya's starting the conversation.
That's fair.
Very fair.
Yes.
We could probably wait until maybe he wakes up and has an opinion himself.
That's fair.
Or
He'll probably have more information for us.
we can maybe he should hopefully. Oh god, yep, he's gonna have information.
Tons.
Arya looks at Wit too.
Oh my god.
Big brother.
All right.
You're the one who sneaks around places. You're so good at this. What's a good idea?
Okay.
What do you think we
I am
should-
worried about security doubling down and the systems coming back up. I think if we were to move him, tonight would be good. But also we
Isn't
can
this the
wait.
first place they'd look? His brother's room?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they know that you're brothers, but potentially.
The people who matter do.
That's true.
It's true.
They know a lot about us, so.
Maybe paradise is the best.
I don't think Rain would come for him.
I don't either.
I don't think any of like the big players would take him. I think the school is the only thing that we have to worry about in this moment.
We just don't know who's
The
playing a
school.
part with the school. Yeah.
Artair helped us, and I feel like he probably watched our backs enough to give us a chance.
Right. Do we want to try and portal in there, or just book it like madmen?
I don't know if booking it like Madman is a good idea again. I think we don't want to press our luck twice with that one.
That's fair.
On the plus side, the systems are down, so there's a good chance that things won't be locked tonight.
We could throw a big old blanket over him.
I don't know if I have a blanket that big.
I could sew one up.
You can what?
I could sew one up.
You guys are doing great.
We're trying to
We are
create.
putting our brains together.
Like you're gonna sew those blankets together, huh?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Precisely.
Ultimately, it is up to you, Arlo. We could keep him here for the night so that he can rest, regain some strength, and then maybe move with us. Or we could try to portal him to the field and take him to paradise.
Do you think he has a tracker on him?
Maybe.
That's a good point.
He may. But we all have trackers on all of us.
Arlo looks at Dimitri. Arlo looks over at Dimitri and is like,
He's just
Hopefully the
like,
systems are down enough though that they won't work.
are you looking at
Any
Dimitri for advice?
Yes.
he just
Everybody
kind
keep your brains together.
he looks at you. He's like,
You lead people, you do stuff, right?
Ah.
You do stuff.
One thing I've learned is that if you get away with one thing, sometimes it's better not to push your luck and get too overzealous, you could say.
Cocky.
Cocky.
Thanks.
That's a good one. Yeah.
I don't like that word coming out of both of your mouths.
Cock.
Okay,
Don't
okay.
think about it. We're not talking anymore.
All right.
How
Not
does
this
it-
time.
The way it
another
escalates
place.
so quickly.
He just like smiles at you, Aria.
I agree.
Arya just mouths cheeky to him.
Shaky.
He's like, he looks at you, Arlo. He says, plus, I feel like you probably need a conversation with him.
Maybe one or two.
Plus, he deserves a night of rest.
I agree.
And Dimitri, like,
And I
looks...
also,
Since you just
yeah,
waking
continue.
up.
no, I don't think we need to scare Hawks in the middle of the night.
The Hawks would
Just your
be so
brother.
delighted. Hawks would be so delighted. You have no idea.
I mean, it's true.
Dimitri nods.
That would be the best surprise of his
And
life.
he does look at Cal for a moment, and he just kind of says, also, if I was in his position, and I knew that you had just rescued me, I would probably want to wake up to you.
Okay, well then, it's settled. I like that. Let's go with that. It's a good plan.
Thank you, Timmy.
Andromeda.
he's just like,
Every time.
He's still trying to
every
make that
time.
one.
Also, if it is being tracked, there's a chance that like the radius is like if it's still in the school, then it won't be like, I don't know. It depends on how well it would track, but there's a chance that they wouldn't know specifically what room it would be in.
That's fair.
I mean, we did press emergency halt and every light went out, so I
This is
would hope that nothing works. Yeah.
Yeah, at least for a little while.
Hold on. Arya goes down to her ankle.
I was waiting
Can she
for
take
that.
off? Can she take off her anklet?
It comes
Oh
off.
my god! Oh my god! Oh my
Okay,
god!
we're
Oh my god!
We're good. We're good.
It's
Somebody
so
tells
tough
Zophiel.
right now.
Somebody
tells
gotta go
Zophiel.
down.
We can't. We gotta go to Zophiel.
That's true.
That's fine.
But maybe
I
he has
mean-
the same idea. Maybe he sees all the lights off and it just
He is
takes it
smart. He is
He's
I
smart.
give him
He's a
inspiration.
smart guy.
Just
off.
Bardic inspiration from
Roll
across the
him.
field.
Across the freaking campus.
Yeah.
As you should, though.
Man.
he's probably getting inspired in other ways.
Oh! Oh my word!
Wait, that's so true.
Ways that I don't see.
Wow!
Wowie, wowie.
You're real, though. That's true.
Listen to a Troye Sivan song, and now all of my thoughts are very gay.
Real.
Anyway.
Real.
Oh,
So,
Okay.
okay. Keep
Well-
him here tonight.
Then we can only hope that everything else will continue.
Your TCDs still work because they do run on batteries that we charge. So
they have not
Hey.
turned on yet.
I
if
thought
they
that
worked in
yeah,
a
they
different
turned off.
realm, I feel like they might work, but that's okay.
Did they work in a different realm?
They worked on Grimir, I believe, because we got
It was
the
like-
little,
Hella
Wild.
glitchy. Hella glitchy.
That's wild.
yeah.
Oops,
But also, we have the power source of Cal in the room with us.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
That made mine HD, apparently.
We hold our
Maybe
phones up.
We just hold our
Yeah.
Oh, we all just charge our phone real quick.
It hasn't come back to life yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
They may have like blown a fuse.
Well, there could also be like an internal system that like it's not the like battery that shut down.
No,
It's
yeah.
like the system that
System
just
turned
isn't
on.
working. It's like
And
the
when you turn
software,
off the software.
not the hardware.
Software reset.
Yeah, actually.
Factory reset.
Yeah, yeah, kind of. She's Spanish.
Oh,
Just
All your
kidding.
text messages are gone when it comes back on. God
No!
damn
Damn it! Look at all my pictures.
My pictures.
Red albums.
So,
Oh my god, journal.
That's what you sounded like. you said.
journal. So, from
Real though.
there, what do you each plan to do individually? Where do you plan to go?
I do want to go back to my dorm.
Yeah, it's probably
Fair.
a good idea if we
I
try
miss
to remain
my
as...
humans.
Never mind, we're back. You went
Oh,
bye-bye.
come back.
You're back,
Oh my
you're
God.
back.
Where am I?
You're fine.
You're fine, you're
You're
good.
fine. You're fine.
It probably would be best
All is
if
well.
we try to act as normal as physically possible. So
Yeah.
maybe
I'm sure
going
they'll have
back
enough
to-
chaos with like the other students that are wandering around. So
Yeah.
I've never acted normal before, so.
well, don't start now.
Yeah, don't start now. I was gonna say.
Arlo laughs at that.
Don't start now.
Aw.
That was cute.
That's cute.
Right. So head back to our rooms. Maybe try to reconvene at some point, or
First thing in the morning, back here.
yeah, we can meet here. Please.
I need my friends.
Aw.
Also, the second he wakes up, or if you want us here, just send Dimitri or something, then we'll come.
Okay. Yeah.
Dimitri's just like, messenger boy.
Yeah.
Hey, he was water boy, so it only.
I'm
works.
honored. It's fun.
Not for
That's
long. I
cute.
didn't even get to be water boy, and they threw me in the rink.
that's true.
It
Then you fell
is.
in the water, and you were a different water boy.
Yeah, I was drowning boy then.
Okay.
One of
Crazy
these days, you
times.
gotta learn how to swim.
Rough.
Anyways.
Dimitri was there. Anyways, we'll talk about it later.
He's like,
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was bad.
yeah.
He was drowning, wasn't he? I don't know.
Yep.
What?
He's just looking at Cal again.
He was in fact drowning. That's
So,
fucking
okay.
soft. His feathers do keep doing that little like jittery thing.
Flutter.
Mhm. Little flutter from time to time. And I imagine you do see one for a moment. One of the like top ones kind of moves, and it kind of outstretches before it kind of comes and covers his own like body, almost like
Use the mouse blanket.
yeah.
Arlo
It just
said, let me in.
Love you. You're like,
He wants to. Arlo is thinking. Arlo's
oh.
You're
thinking
literally
it,
gonna,
but he's
like-
not gonna
like-
do it.
you're gonna like
like
tunnel
he's
in
thinking
between like his arms and like the
It's
the
cozy.
wings and stuff.
Thinking
You're
to
gonna be like,
himself, if he could do that, maybe everything would be fine.
It would.
"Mm,
He
you
won't.
can't do
That's
that.
a
You
lot.
can't do that tonight, though. What the heck?
No, that's a lot.
He's asleep. It doesn't matter.
That's Arlo says that's a lot.
Much.
Cry
Okay,
my
fair,
eyes
fair,
out.
But you're right. You're correct, Faye. You're correct.
fair. No, but you're also correct. That's a lot.
Uh,
It's real for him to be feeling that.
only pain.
Real.
Okay. So then we all head back to our.
Your dormitories.
Are you gonna try and? Alright, look. So what? You gonna?
Oh. If there's like still magic in the air, he'll
Mhm.
change back to Theron.
A brief relief.
I'll miss
Actually,
him.
before he changes back into Theron, though, he's gonna pull Aria into a hug
Oh.
and say, "I'm proud of you. You're not actually alone."
Oh,
And then he'll shift back into Theron.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
That's real
Compromise.
sweet. That's real sweet of him to do that.
Sweet.
Aria, I think Aria was like, arms were just down, and so she was kind of just like,
Yeah.
and she just put
Yeah,
her
and he's doing
head
the hug
on
where
his
it's
shoulder.
like over you and like
Oh,
a hand on your
they're
head.
like on the head. Yeah. I think Arya's head kind of just drops onto his shoulder and then just like leans onto his head. And like as she can kind of feel him like turning back into Theron, she's just kind of like, then she like puts her arms around him as well.
Okay.
Oh.
This is great.
This is great. This is a great hug.
This is great. This means a lot.
You just hear it. You literally just hear Arya go.
If he hears that and like just holds you tighter.
Oh.
Oh, I'm never going to emotionally recover. You just hear that in your shoulder.
Fair.
And he just says, "Oh, okay."
Oh, okay.
He like pats you a little bit.
Oh, okay.
okay.
So you can hear the emotion in his voice, all right?
Yeah.
No, but it's not. It's good that he would say. Of course, he would
It's
say
not like,
that.
"Oh, okay."
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I love them.
so cute.
Awesome.
Arya's not letting go, by the way.
Oh,
You gotta
By the
do
way.
it first, bit.
I don't want to either, though.
Arya, okay.
He'll eventually let go, though.
Okay. I was gonna say you gotta have to like. Okay. Oh, cool.
Like, oh, right.
Good to see you, Theron.
What?
Good to see you, Theron.
He could canonically said
What?
Because he was like, what?
Arya says
Bizarre
it
thing
just
to
really
say.
quietly. Like, you've never heard Arya be this quiet. You just hear her go, good to see you, Darren.
Good to see you, Aria. Good night.
Good night. Give Silas and Arthur a hug for me.
Okay.
Promise.
I suppose so, yes. What's gonna
Why do you
I
only
was gonna be so
suppose?
confused later.
Well, it's from me, so he's gonna have to get over it.
I'm sure he won't mind.
No, he definitely will.
If it's from you.
Dragonborns. And he just walks off.
Yeah.
Aw.
Drugs.
Alright. Andromeda, you come in?
Yeah, I like to think. I just thought of this.
I
As
just
this whole
thought of
thing
this.
was going on, she's like, "Oh, how sweet, how nice. This is very lovely." I think at one point,
Nice.
how quaint, how nice. Wait, what?
Go. I just said how quaint, how nice.
How quaint, how nice.
Okay, who knows?
quaint, how nice.
I just like to think that at some point she kind of like migrated closer to Cal, and she's like standing at the edge of the bed, and she has her hands raised up, like you know when you stand at a fireplace and you like warm your
like-
hands and stuff.
Like the radiation
Yeah.
of like
Yeah.
warmth.
And she's like her eyes
Power
are
of the sun!
her eyes are closed,
Aw.
and she's like warming her hands a bit, and then Arya
It's
like
soft.
says like Andromeda, and she's like, "I can feel it again."
The sun?
A little bit. Like a tiny slice of it. But I can feel it again. That's nice.
Oh,
Oh, you're back. What did you
What
say?
happened?
You
What did
froze
say, Dio?
for a
You froze for a
Every
second.
single time.
Yeah.
You froze for a
I just
second.
said a gift.
Oh.
Automatically. What on the earth?
Automatically.
Well,
You guys-
Automatically. Oh no.
You're back now. You're back now. You're
Oh,
good.
okay. There we go.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
I think before Theron hits for the door, he just like kind of like goes to like reach out to Cal and then like pulls back, but just like mutters like a quiet thank you.
Did you all leave? Did Aria leave yet? No, y'all are still there.
No, she's just at the door.
We're just heading.
Mhm.
Arlo looks at you guys and says, "Thank you."
Let us know if anything happens, if you need anything.
I will. I couldn't have done this without you guys.
And you don't have to.
You won't either.
Okay.
I'll let you guys know if I need anything.
Do you want a hug? Yeah, okay.
Everyone
Yeah.
group hug, actually.
Yeah.
Group hug.
No.
Sharon's gonna just like yank Dimitri and like
That's
pull
right.
into it as
He's like,
well.
"Oh."
And, like, literally just like smacks the back of his head into like Arlo.
He's very quick. He's very quick too.
dragonborn hands.
Aw.
Yeah, just squish.
He joins as soon as he gets over the initial shock. He joins it to the hug very happily.
Gets the wind knocked out of him.
Yeah. Aw.
Lovely.
You guys are so warm.
You guys smell nice. In a non-weird way.
Okay, I heard you smelling me from the other side of the door, Andromeda.
Sniffed you out like a
Arlo
hound.
was like laughing in the hug.
You guys
like
not
muffled.
do you guys not recognize each other by
No, Andromeda. No.
is
No,
it
we don't.
weird?
Dimitri tries
Well,
to pull out.
I
of
it's
the
new, but I'm not.
It's
I
new.
don't make a
I can
habit of
smell
it.
you moving, Dimitri.
He moves back.
You can do that?
You guys can't?
No.
I mean, I don't make a habit of it.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's cool that you can. I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Right,
Little
so
bloodhound.
fish.
You look.
You smell like the sea.
That's nice, actually.
It is.
Yeah, like a rotten fish.
Okay.
I'm gonna punch her in the face. Arlo starts getting out of her legs and starts going to
Like,
His snout is like right next to your little fish ear.
You smell like rotten fish.
You smell like rotten fish.
disgusting.
Dude, you clean behind your ears?
Make sure to wash behind your ears.
Oh. Anyways.
We'll
Alright.
see each other in the morning.
Yes.
First thing.
Okay.
Oh, I thought
go from there.
Aria was holding out a hand for a fist bump. Her fist bump.
The way that he just went for it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that. I literally did that in the kitchen yesterday with Emmett, where they went to
No!
Come back.
We'll never get the rest of the
Yeah.
story.
Yo, please give us the story.
We
I
lost
just
you.
knew
Where's
this story
my
was gonna be
seat,
a
bud?
banger.
I'm on the edge of
Theo,
my
please,
seat.
Oh, I knew
Theo,
it was
come
gonna be
back.
funny.
It was gonna be good. It was gonna be good.
Theo, come back.
Theo, come back.
Of course, it's the
Theo,
most
get back.
emotionally charged moment.
Yeah, honestly.
This is pretty
Theo,
good.
come back.
Theo,
The
come
fist bump.
back.
Theo, come back.
Theo,
Wow,
come
get into it.
back.
That was good. That was a good note.
Oh,
Really nice.
thank you.
Damn, get into it.
Oh, you're back.
hello.
You're back.
What's the point of living? Alright.
Wow.
That was so
We didn't get to hear the end of your story.
Okay, you said you went for a fist bump for Emmett in the kitchen.
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
went to go, they just went to go grab like a spoon or a towel, and I thought they were going to fist bump me, and so I went to fist bump them, and it was so embarrassing.
Just like,
Oh my god.
We never fist bump. Like, why would I think that? We've never done that before.
That's
That's
beautiful.
Anyways, I really
hilarious.
related. I really
that's so
resonated.
funny.
That's really beautiful, honestly.
Yeah.
Always
I
the
love this
fist
for you.
bumper, never the fist bumpy.
That's how it felt.
So,
We're gonna fist bump you. Next time we see you, we're gonna fist bump
Yep.
you first.
Thank you guys.
with that,
Thank you,
Thank you, Barbie.
thank
Thank you, Barbie.
Thank you, Barbie. I
This is
imagine
fine.
at this
I think you're
point,
very brave.
you guys are gonna head to your dormitories.
Yeah,
Okay. Aria, you go back to
I'm
your
walking
dorm.
so casually.
Oh, why are you talking to me first? Hi.
Oh no. I'm just
Oh,
relaying.
yeah.
You're going back to your dorm, and Wit, you're going back to see Arthros and Silas,
The loves of my life.
who've had some bonding time today.
I cannot wait to hear about it.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
What do you mean by that?
And Andromeda, you're heading back to Mud, correct? Who had tied himself up, as you know.
Forget about that.
Such a good lad.
Just a good lad.
Oh,
good
love
lad.
him.
And Arlo, you were left in your room with Dimitri and your brother, which is very surreal, on Nari's bed at the moment.
Side note, I hope Inari is doing great with her girlfriend. I hope every single day is just divine. for
I
them.
agree.
Oh, I'm
I
sure
think
it
about that.
is. I'm sure it is. I like to think that she sent like little check-in messages, just kind of being like,
good.
like,
That's
doing
cute.
okay, Arlo? Like, how you doing? And like little
Yeah.
things
I feel like on her like
that.
morning runs or something, maybe
Yeah.
to like for us or like if we're out and about.
Exactly. She's
I
just
love
living her
her.
best life. She's probably going to her classes and watching Dune
Aw.
dance.
Good grades.
Dune is a dancer.
Getting grades.
Getting good grades.
Living a normal life. A
Living
normal,
a normal
student
life. Yep.
Yeah, basically.
Honestly, you're keeping her out of all the chaos. It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
So, with that, I will dive into your guys' nights. I'm going to start with Arlo.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I hope my internet is so nice to me.
Well, we'll get it done now, and then if anything happens, then there we go.
There you go.
There we go. I will punch it in the face though if it does. So,
Right.
Arlo, do you want to kind of summarize how you think you spent the rest of your evening and your time with Dimitri and Caladrius? I will say that he does not wake up, and he doesn't really stir since that one movement of his wing. He stays there, just kind of unconscious. And you do notice that his breathing kind of evens out, almost as though he finally got to a point where maybe he could rest a little more soundly.
That's good.
What do you do with your evening?
I think
before bed. I suppose.
Arlow, the moment they leave, Arlow will start massaging 𝐂, where Aria said to, and Arlow does that for a long time.
Then that is definitely the thing that makes his breathing even out, and he starts to sleep more soundly.
God, that's okay. That's
for sure.
Sure, that's normal and not emotional.
I'm fine.
I'm fine. Yeah, and I think he's probably just hanging out on 𝐂, making sure that 𝐂's okay, and then probably talking to Dimitri about being nervous about his dreams that night, probably.
That's so fair. And I think Dimitri probably promises to hold you a little tighter that night as you sleep.
Wow.
You know him.
He's so nice.
And he definitely tells you that he loves you multiple times that night.
And it's returned every time.
Okay. So, I will say, and I imagine with a little bit of hesitance to fall asleep. And I kind of almost imagine Arlo saying, like, sleeping on one side so he's facing 𝐂.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I imagine with a little bit of hesitance and probably heaps of effort, it does take a little bit before you begin to feel like exhaustion kind of creep up on you. And I imagine it's one of those things where it's like you didn't feel tired for a good long while and you were just kind of laying there. But then when you start to feel tired, it's like almost immediate where it's like it just all catches up with you and it's just you're fucking out. You guys are so validating whenever I'm trying to explain something and you're all like, like out. Yeah. I love this group. It's so nice because like when I don't have things pre-prepared or like,
because you know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
like,
you do. I'm so glad.
Like, we all felt that.
It's so encouraging. I appreciate it.
I'm nervous. I'm scared.
I am actually too. Okay, it's fine.
Actually, we're in this together. It's fine.
Yeah. When your eyes finally shut tight that night, Arlo, surely glued on your brother on the other side of the room, lying on a bed of his own ruffled and unkept feathers. Also, if Theo freezes, someone yell at me, okay? Because I kind of looking back and forth.
Aye, mate.
Thank you. Unkept feathers, golden hair over his pale skin, and finally your mind gives way to a world once more as you fall deep into slumber. And it is a familiar one, and one that is well enough recognizable to you now. This time, however, rather than a burning warm sun, the sky is dark, and it is littered with bright, all-encompassing stars and the curve of a smiling moon. Balls of light illuminating the little haven around you. And you sit atop the soft meadow of grass, directly beside the small stream of water, so crystalline and clear you can see directly to the bottom perfectly. Small koi fish of various colors are hovering in the cool water, staying close at your side where your feet sit in the stream. And golden dust is pooling off of you, like glittery molten lava, dripping into the water below and painting it with golden sheen. And it both looks and feels like magic simply radiates off your entire being as you sit there amongst a meadow of small daisies and decadent flowers, all surely Hawk's doing, now that you're aware of just who he is and what he can do. The trees lean over you like a small canopy, and moonlight streams through the leaves in a way that feels ethereal. And while you feel the warmth of this place, while you feel something like pure magic residing in your chest, enveloping your heart, there is a loneliness that settles over your shoulders. Because as you look around, you realize there's no one there with you. It's just quiet. No one in the stream or amongst the trees, or even lying beside you in the meadow of grass and flowers and weeds. You are alone. Home, but alone. That is, until you hear the fluttering of wings. I did a double take to you. It sounds like a flock of birds approaches with how much it resonates in the calm of the sanctuary. A fluttering from just behind and above you, a shuffling of feathers against feathers and feathers against the cool breeze of the wind. Do you turn towards the noise?
Yeah. Okay, wait, yes. Okay, yeah. Okay.
And when you turn...
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. When you turn, you see him. And in sharp contrast against the night sky, a being descends. 3 pairs of 2 wings billowing out amongst the stars and the shine of moonlight. And the gold of his eyes and hair catches in the shimmering light like diamonds, as though his skin is made of crystals, of gems. And he glows ethereal and angelic, and you watch on as he slowly inches towards the ground, before his feet meet the soft green of the grass with elegance and grace. And when he lands, his wings instantly tuck back behind him, and he rolls his shoulders a moment, seemingly lost in his menstruations. And his face is distant, lost in thought, vacant of any pleasantries, and stoic, aside from seemingly locked in this, frown. And once he's fully on solid ground, you see him take a deep breath, before he heaves a moment, and chokes on a rather guttural cough, one that seems to kind of shake his frame as he does so. And he seems winded from it, his balance off and disjointed, before he fights with himself with all the diplomacy of a general or a soldier, and clearly a show for no one whatsoever, as he kind of rights himself and straightens. And he lifts a hand and runs it through his hair for a moment, seemingly brushing sweat from his brow, before he finally takes a glance around the haven, and his golden eyes freeze on you. And when he sees you, he hesitates a moment, before he clears his throat and begins to stride over. Shoulders broad and body straight and narrow, lean and lithe. And he very clearly doesn't meet your eyes, staring forwards instead, and directly past you, but approaching you nonetheless. And soon, he's at your side, but he doesn't sit beside you. He merely stands, towering over you at your side, and you have to severely crane your neck to look up at him. And he is still staring ahead, out and at the forest before you, the crashing of the waterfall just to the side of it, and the sparkling of the night stars. And you hear his voice for a moment in the dark, and he says, "Everyone else is resting, I see." And he says the words matter-of-factly before he clears his throat once more, and his eyes finally dart down to meet yours. And it is gold colliding with blue in that moment. And surely while you know him to be your brother, there is this aura of something imposing, something laced with a heavy weight that reads as dark and trepid. And he says now, once your gazes meet, he says, "But you are not. And why is that?"
Lost in thought, I guess.
What
about you?
Frowns for a moment, and he shrugs a shoulder. Takes a deep breath. Work, I suppose. Kept me late. And you see him very diplomatically still move until he is bending and mirrors your position on the grass, sitting beside you, back straight. And his wings kind of unfold behind him, and he lets out this steady, shaky breath. And you see that he lets it out as soon as his wings kind of lean their weight on the floor, almost with relief of not having to carry them anymore. Mm. And the white feathers are contrasting with the blades of grass, the dark green blades of grass, and they sprawl out behind him and behind you in their size. And you see him kind of reach down, and he rolls up brown kind of just basic pants, rolls up, cuffs them, and sticks his feet in the water beside yours. And before he can say another word, you see him kind of shut his eyes for a moment as he winces, and another cough tears through his chest. But he simply stares ahead.
Great. Okay, give me a second.
Take your time.
I have to figure out what I want to do.
Fair. This is untread waters.
It's uncharted territory.
Uncharted territory. Thank you.
Got you. Oh God. Fuck. Damn it. I always do this. I have to think for 30 seconds.
That's okay.
You can go in any direction. Okay.
You are totally fine. Literally take as much time as you want to think.
Right.
You all can do that at any point, just so you know.
Arlo's warring because he wants to take advantage of the dreams in the way that he can understand who his brother was.
Mm-hmm.
But he's trying to figure out.
You don't know him really, so it's like, how do you
No.
go about that? Yeah.
I feel
like-
like I'm scared asking questions in a subversive way.
Yeah, it's like, do you be emotional or do you be diplomatic or do you be yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I get you. Don't worry.
I love you.
It's also
All
hard
right.
too, because
Yes.
like you really don't know your brother like at all.
Yeah.
Like
You
with
don't know what
Rain,
he
at least,
likes or
you know Rain. No,
Yeah.
but like interacting wise.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That's
This
what I mean,
Arlo
yeah.
has never interacted
No.
physically with Cal.
Theo has never interacted with
It's
Cal.
also
No.
like
No!
Arlo himself is like, I want to talk to the one that's in front of me in real life, and here I
Yeah.
am talking to like the memory of him.
Okay, yes.
So Arlo's
Yeah.
like, I have to talk to the real one, but like this is the patch
Perfectly
one.
worded.
So like, how
Yes.
different
Exactly
are
how he
they?
feels. Fuck.
It's a
Pain.
lot.
Pain.
Okay. So now that we had that conversation, Arlo, what did he say last? He's just
He said work kept
Coughing
me
and-
late,
right.
I suppose. Yeah, and then he coughed as he kind of like sat down beside you and looked forward.
Arlo trying to like wipe away at his sweaty palms.
Yeah.
He's so nervous. Says, was it worse, harder than usual today?
He doesn't meet your eye, but he kind of frowns as he looks forward, and he says, was a young boy. He had a variation of plague, and I haven't managed to rehome it yet. Hard to determine who is worthy, I suppose.
Oh. That's,
All the same, he lives another day, even if it means I cough for a couple. And you see him just kind of stare into the water. Kind of just fixated.
oh. Too much work for me to do, I suppose, right? To split the work with people who need healing of some sorts, yeah?
He kind of turns and looks at you, frowns a moment.
It wasn't very subversive.
This feels no, you're good. This
Oh,
feels
no.
like it feels like when you're playing Baldur's Gate and you choose the wrong thing and you're like, okay, reload the save.
Reload.
No, you're
right.
good. You're doing amazing. You're doing amazing.
No, it's also in character.
This is hard for me too. He's the hardest one for me to play, honestly.
We're figuring it out together.
We are. He looks at you and he kind of frowns a moment and he says, we all have our responsibilities. It's imperative that we use our gifts to carry them out.
Right, because it's always been like that, and it always will be like that. That's how it's supposed to go.
He nods at you. He says, what kind of person would I be if I had this gift and didn't use it for good?
Arlo lifts up his shirt and looks down at his sternum.
Oh, interesting. Okay, give me a moment.
Yeah. I had this written down a while ago.
Ooh. There's a dilemma here.
That's you. You just.
A dilemma if I convey this as current Arlo in this memory or past Arlo.
Ooh.
That's my dilemma. You do see the scar. The scar is there.
Okay.
I figured out the dilemma. All is well.
Okay, so I have a scar.
You see the scar. Mm-hmm.
awkwardly alone lifting up my shirt.
𝐂𝐩𝐲 does kind of just like look at you, frowns, looks down, looks back at you.
Do you have a scar on your sternum?
He like smiles for a moment, but it's like kind of like it looks a little mocking. And he's like, no.
Okay, then Arlow lifts up and shows him his scar.
He looks.
Do you see anything?
There's nothing there, Arlow.
Damn it. Oh my god. Okay. Damn it. Okay.
That was clever, Buff.
Oh, thank you.
That was really clever. I do really like that.
That was so good.
But that still answers my question. I still got an answer.
Yeah, you got an answer out of that.
Okay, cool. Right.
I will say.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You go. You better say. I want you to say.
As you both sit there, and before either of you say another word, you feel a raindrop fall atop your skin, Arlow. And you note several more as they begin to quicken in speed. And Cal, beside you, kind of looks up for a moment, and a soft smile pulls at his lips. And it's there and present, but that smile is laced with so much that isn't directly correlated to happiness that it's probably a little hard to look at. And as he looks up, he kind of like looks back down, but doesn't meet your eye, just still staring forward. And he says, Morgaris is sleeping, so nature takes its choice alone. How terrifying a thought.
I never thought about it like that. I guess the power has to go somewhere, or something. I don't know.
He takes a breath and kind of looks at you a moment before he kind of looks back up at the stars. And it's only a few seconds following this that you feel kind of a weight of a presence behind you. And when you look, you see that Cal has lifted one of his wings. And it ascends until it is resting directly above your head and shielding you from any further droplets from the sky.
Wow.
And the water makes subtle, soft noises against the satiny feathers, hardly even audible in their softness. And he kind of glances at you a moment, clears his throat, and says, you should rest, Arlow.
Cal, if you could help me with something, you'd want to, right?
It's our job to help.
Okay.
And you are my brother, so yes.
Would you trust me?
Is there a reason I shouldn't?
No, it's just I might say something that sounds impossible.
You're always saying things that sound impossible, Arlow.
Okay, touche.
He just looks at you. It's kind of like that, like, older brother looking down on you type thing.
Right. What if I told you that I'm asleep right now and I'm in a dream?
I would
How
say
believable
that
is
it's
that?
odd that you're dreaming of me.
It's not really, under the circumstances. But more on that is I've forgotten my memories and I've woken up alone without everybody. And the only way I've been able to learn is through sleeping like this.
Are you sure you don't have it switched? You're just having a nightmare, and this is you awake.
I wish. It's a bad nightmare. This is a nice dream.
Nice.
A little bit, yeah.
He kind of just like looks forward.
The weather is nice, and I have a perfect awning for it.
He like shakes his wings a little bit over you.
Oh, okay. Well, now I'm wet.
And then he puts it back.
Oh.
This nightmare. Even I am not there.
You weren't. But I just got you back. But you're not. You're exhausted. And we haven't been able to talk. This is actually the first time we're talking. For me, at least.
Then it sounds as though I have failed you.
What?
Sounds as though I have failed you.
No, I don't think so. I think someone's failed us.
He frowns.
Do you know who that could be?
It could only be me.
No, I can't. I know it's not. What else could it be? If you look past blaming yourself, what else?
The child, perhaps.
Calypso. What makes you say that?
She's a troublemaker. He like smiles.
Remember, this is my subconscious. You will not be in trouble for anything you tell me.
There's nothing
No
to
one's
tell,
listening.
Arlow. I will say, his hand has the brand on it.
I know it does. I fucking know it does.
And
It does? Okay, wait.
yeah.
Do I see it?
Yeah, you can see it. And it's like, it looks like it doesn't look centuries old. It looks like pretty fresh.
Okay.
For the most part.
I put my little web finger on it. And I say, what's this?
I told you already.
Okay, well, I have forgotten my memories, so remind me.
He looks at you like, like, sure. And,
Thank you.
and then he's like, as I have told the others and you, it is a pact of sorts with the leaders of 𝑔𝐸𝐻𝑆 to protect.
With a changeling, a dryad. Who else was there? Who else was there?
How do you know who was there?
Because I'm from the future, as stupid as it sounds. I'm from the fucking future. Cal.
Although I think you should rest.
No. I'm worried about you, Cal.
Ven Nexus was there.
That's right. How do you feel about her?
Respect. She's my friend, in a sense.
And Ulrich?
He's useful from time to time.
What's the pact?
To protect.
Okay, but what? You didn't just sign a paper that said to protect Caladrius. Like, what is the Caladrius?
He just looks forward. He's like, there are some things that even my siblings should not know.
So you don't trust me? You don't believe me. You don't think that we're in a dream?
No, Arlow, it is just that I am sworn to secrecy.
Okay, but if you are, and this is just a dream, then the secret, there's...
This is the most real dream I've ever been in.
Oh yeah, you're in my head. Of course you're gonna feel that way. Because you were real in the memory.
Why are you upset with me?
I'm not upset with you. I'm just upset.
I'm holding you gently.
Well, that's fine.
He nods. I see.
I feel as if there's much more going on than just our duty and sworn promises.
And I am taking care of it so that you can all simply worry about your duty.
Well, it didn't work out.
How so? You're sitting in front of me. Everyone's resting. It's quite peaceful. He lets out an aggressive cough after that. And clears his throat. Are you quite done with the antics? Then you should rest. He kind of takes a breath for a moment, and he looks forward. And he frowns, kind of just at the sky and everything before him. And he says, everything will still be here when you wake.
At least you will be.
It's my responsibility to you.
Well, you're my responsibility now, so...
He frowns at you. I assure you I can take care of myself, Arlow.
Okay.
He smiles. He looks forward and he stretches again.
Boy, when I wake up, you're a rude awakening.
He's like... You've always known it about me. Rudeness.
I love you, brother.
His eyes widen and he frowns at you and he kind of tilts his head and he says, these are some antics.
Do I not say that very often then?
No.
Do I say it to anybody?
You say it back to 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 quite often. Kai from time to time. Morga
Sorry.
is very annoying with it.
Nell and Hawks.
They're Nell and Hawks. Most of the time Hawks just shows it by being everywhere, all over you. And Nell poofs in a bunny in front of you and expects that you'll understand what that means.
It means she wants pets, probably.
She has far too many.
Arlo laughs at that.
He shakes his head and clears his throat.
Well, I'm sorry I don't say it more often then. Because I do.
I suppose in that way I have failed you as well, because I never say it. I love you too.
Well, we shall not fail each other any longer.
Do you want to know how to start with that?
How?
Go the fuck to sleep.
Aye.
And with that, you feel just like a very light, like his wing that was above you, like just tap on your shoulder in just that kind of like, kind of way before he gets to his feet. And your dream fizzles out with you just looking up at him and him contrasted against the night sky.
I'm gonna go cry now. That was so good.
Oh.
I love it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyways. You know how it is.
I'm never gonna recover from that.
Rock and roll, Buckaroo.
Oh,
Rock and roll, Buckaroo!
He was perfect.
I love some good sibling dynamics.
Oh,
They really do feel like older and younger brother, and I like that a lot.
They really
That's what
do.
I don't know if you saw what I saw in chat, but I was like, maybe that's why him and Rain get along so well. First, Arlow and Rain, because they understand having a big brother who acts like that.
Ah!
Fuck.
Fuck you!
Who do I sue? Who do I send my fucking cease and desist to?
God damn!
I can't. No, I can't.
I can't.
I need to see the end of this damn story.
No, I can't. Real.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he was
That
fucking
was fun.
flabbergasted that you knew who was at that meeting. You weren't supposed to fucking know who was at that meeting.
Yeah, no shit. That also fucking proves that I'm sleeping, Cal.
He's like,
no,
who
Karen.
fucking told you?
I did,
Who would tell this fucking idiot? No one, Cal.
I feel like his mind's
No
like,
one.
did Ven let it slip? Did one of them let it slip? Who fucking told you?
Oh, that's so good. That was so
or like
good.
it was a trick. It was a test.
A test. Yeah, that too. That's how Cal would think, honestly.
That's so true.
I know because
That Arlo's
I am.
testing him. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
so
You and
know
Ca-
that someone
I-
is testing him. In
Cal
his dreams.
was giving me Aria energy in that entire thing.
I
Um,
love Cal.
I really do agree with that.
Listen. I said to Jazz, I was like, I feel like each sibling
gonna make
has
it.
their like correlation, right? It's like
I'm not gonna make
Idona and Andromeda, Morga and Theron to me, and then fucking
agree.
𝐿 and Aria. I was
That
like, they
is
all
painful.
correlate. They all fucking correlate. Anyways,
No, I
Ouch.
can't do that.
youch.
And then Silas and
Silas and Kai. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck
Wow.
you.
Wow,
All right.
I think
Anyways,
I'm gonna log out.
Time to log out.
I am
Time to
going
go.
to slide to Andromeda. Hi, Queen.
Hey.
Good luck, Buckaroo.
So,
How's it going?
when you get back to your room, you obviously see a chained up Mud. But he seems normal. He seems fine. You probably see several just whittled things surrounding him that he has just been doing all day. And there is a snake there. And it looks a perfect snake. And it's like in that little coiled up position with the head just kind of sticking up. And it's got like the little tail out. He smoothed that out. He probably tells you, Andromeda, about how he sanded it and everything, and he made it like perfection. And do you do anything specific with your night before you kind of head to getting ready for bed?
I don't think so. I think she kind of like puts the little book that she bought away, like on her like little
Yeah.
bedside table. Kind of tidies up a bit around the place.
Yeah. Wood chips everywhere.
Yeah. I think chips everywhere. It's just like cupping them, moving to a different place. Did I have anything specific? I don't think I have anything specific.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
That's
Is
fine.
Mud
I'm
gonna-
about to throw shit at you, so don't worry
Oh,
about it.
great! Awesome. Yeah, I don't have anything else then.
What were you gonna ask about Mud?
Like how they slept last night, where it was his foot.
Yes.
Sorry, my music is so loud right now. I'm trying to.
You're fine. You're fine. It
Fighting
said
it.
atmosphere.
Um.
Yes, he
Feel the
does.
atmosphere.
by the time you guys are getting cozy for bed, he does do the thing where he chains his foot, and he moves to lay next to you.
Yeah.
So he's still connected in that way. Yeah. And he seems very, like, not withdrawn, but just kind of quiet. In a way that he's probably just been kind of nonverbal all day with his thoughts and just kind of sitting there. And I think he can kind of tell that you're tired. And I mean, you had everything with Darian, and you went to Evergrim and all of that in one day. And I think he just spends kind of like, as soon as he gets in bed with you, he spends the time just kind of like stroking your hair very gently. And kind of like nuzzling his little face, like just against you. Until eventually he gets like tired and he begins to kind of
drift off.
I
feel like she would probably, as they're like kind of like turning in for the night, I think she would like kind of like just chatter to him about the day, like what they did.
That
and,
makes
like,
him drift off.
Yeah, she's talking his ear off. Yeah. And she's facing him like on her side, just like,
that's cute.
So happy.
He probably warns you too that he's tired, just so you know that like wherever he falls asleep on, he wants you to pick back up on in the morning when you continue, because he wants to know.
And she tells him she will.
Okay.
She will. Yeah.
So as you lie down tonight, Andromeda, with Mud at your side, and surely you can't help but watch him very carefully, as you guys drift off, or as he drifts off more so. He looks very much at peace when he sleeps, as he always has, and he kind of has his head resting firmly on one of the soft pillows, and his eyes just shut very softly. And his mouth is like slightly open as he breathes, and his big teeth protrude from his lips. And as your mind kind of spirals on your decisions, I imagine, on your little contract with Tobias, and on your questions to Sin. Is that my phone? Oh, sorry. On your little questions to Sin. Hold on 2 seconds. I'm going to turn my ringer off.
Boom.
Okay. On your questions to Sin, and on the missing answers and tragedies of your family line. And surely just looking at Mud can kind of bring a little bit of peace to your own mind, because he is the reason for a lot of the things you're doing. And while there are a lot of other reasons for the things you're doing, he is a physical one that is directly before you and before your eyes. And that obviously gives you a little bit more of something to fight for with that. And it is this thought that you find yourself in. Why do I always start smiling before shit? I really am, though. When the DM smiles, you know it's all over. When you find yourself in that thought when you feel a cool rush of air breeze past you in the small of your dormitory. And it is frigid and eerie, but it does strike you as familiar now. And your eyes follow over to the sight of your books once more, that book that you bought today on your desk, and you watch as the pages kind of flip open and kind of spiral through in that way that you just see them fluttering over. And within moments, there is an illusionary figure in your room once more. And Tobias sits in the chair at your desk with his feet up on the desk's surface, and a very smug smile on his lips as he turns to look at you. And he looks the same as he had before, with that kind of cream-colored poet blouse in place, with his hair loose and natural, eyes that shimmering blue, and the same freckles dotting his nose that I imagine your sight kind of goes to immediately now, because you know they're there. And those kind of like claw-like nails on his hands are holding tight to what looks like a bottle. Almost like just a regular bottle of like, I don't want to say beer bottle, but like the old-fashioned kind of like bottles.
Ooh, yeah. What you're talking about.
Yeah. Very like piratey-esque, like the big rum bottles, right?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, and he's holding one of those, and him entirely and this bottle as well they still have that little glimmer of like something not being fully transparent or not being fully opaque. Thank you. That's the opposite. Looking slightly transparent. And the glass that he is holding, this bottle he is holding, is full to the brim with something deep maroon that looks suspiciously to any untrained eye like blood. And the sharpness of his nails clink against the bottle, and you hear it in the silence of your room as he fiddles with it before glancing at you. I just love the image of his fucking feet up on your desk.
First off, that boy better get his fucking feet off my desk right now.
And there is something dark in his gaze as he turns it to you, underlying, that you can't quite place. Mm-hmm. But that's simply Tobias in nature. He is a walking enigma of secrets and power. And as he kind of moves his gaze to you, he smirks, and he tilts his head a moment, and he just looks at you, and he says, "Miss me?"
Did you miss me?
Did you miss me?
Okay, we're ready. Andromeda is gonna, like, she feels hardly surprised now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the shock kind of wore off. Like, I think it was like a little startle.
Yeah.
When she felt that breeze, and then it just clicked
more of
in
a
her brain
confusion of like, why is he here again?
So soon?
So
my gosh.
soon.
She's gonna look for Mud to him and like take him in. And she's gonna like a little smile is gonna quirk on her lips.
Interesting. Okay.
And she's gonna look at him and be like, "Back so soon?"
He shrugs his shoulder, and he kind of like meets your eye, looks you up and down for a moment, and he says, "Good job keeping our little deal under wraps today. We might succeed yet."
Did you think I was going to spill the beans immediately?
No, I was just curious as to how you were going to go about things.
She's gonna start like climbing off the bed,
Mm-hmm.
and she's gonna put like an extra like space in between her and Mud, so
Fair.
she will like risk not brushing against him.
And he does the same thing again, where his eyes are like following every movement of like, very carefully. But he doesn't like. He doesn't say anything. Yeah, he doesn't say anything this time or like make any noises. He just watches you very like observantly. He kind of looks you up and down for a second, and he says, "Don't be mistaken. I am truly convinced that you are capable of fulfilling this little deal, I suppose. I was just worried you would not believe the same."
I think I have surprised myself too. Because there is a little part of me that does trust you.
He smiles. And it's like wide smile. And it's like slow, like where it's just like almost the Grinch smile.
Like,
obviously it's not that high up, but like it moves like that, right? Where it's like just this slow moving
like
smile.
Like a Cheshire cat smile.
Yes, exactly. And he kind of like, he does that like very fluid thing of like pulling his feet off the desk, like, very fluidly, and putting them flat on the ground before he gets to his feet. And he kind of turns, and his footsteps don't make any noise once again. And he kind of steps in front of you. Not like too close, but a fraction closer. Not as close as you were when you were like shaking hands and doing that whole thing. And he just kind of looks at you and he says, anyhow, I came to drop off the contract. I thought you might want a physical copy.
That sounds nice.
I can be considerate at times.
Oh, I believe it.
I fucking love this. He like just smiles, looks you up and down once again, and then he holds out the bottle to you.
Like her nose fully like wrinkles.
Yeah. And you see that little like concentrated like frown on his face for a moment. And so that as you reach for the bottle, it becomes physical before you. And as you take it, you can definitely see that just from the movement, and probably with you and your good sense of smell, you can definitely tell that it is blood. And as you examine it a little closer, you can just barely see a slight bit of parchment sticking out from the maroon liquid. And he kind of smiles at you as you take it, and he just kind of says, remove it and read it as you like. It is in there. You have to...
Whose blood is this?
Doesn't matter.
A little bit.
What matters is that if it is fulfilled, then the blood will seep into it, and we'll be all set.
Okay.
It's dry. It's just your hands won't be.
When I reach it. It's not gonna hurt, right? When I reach in?
Have you ever gotten hurt from blood before?
No.
Then no.
Okay.
He just watches you.
You have an odd manner about doing things.
Should I have brought you a pair of tongs? Or are you going to be a big girl and reach in? Yeah.
What? Is it like a cork or something?
Yeah, it's like one of the thick, like, rimmed ones. Like, thick enough that you could, like, put your fingers in to grab.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's gonna pluck the cork, and she's gonna flick it out.
It just, like, goes directly through him.
She's gonna look and go, Tita.
He just
She's
looks and
gonna-
goes, it tickles.
She's gonna stick her hand in to the bottle. I hate these two, and I love these two
Yeah,
so much.
me as well.
I love them so much. She's gonna like stick her hand into the bottle and see if she can.
I'm living
Fish it out.
for their little duo arc. Okay.
Love them.
As you do, and when you get a grip, because you're using your fingers, you probably don't get too much blood on them, just probably on the tips. But as you kind of pull it out, you pull out like literally like a scroll type of thing, but there is no blood on it. It is like dry as you pull it out. There is not even a stain, nothing. Why are they freaking out?
Why are you guys laughing?
Wonder what else would tickle him? Oh, lots of things.
Vay is being nasty in chat.
Vay's being horny in chat is what he's being.
Yes, he is.
You put the Corinthian in chat, so this is
I did.
He smiles.
This is on you fully.
He smiles like the Corinthian.
Listen,
That's why.
Tobias is Corinthian. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay!
That's literally
You
he
did
like
have to take it farther with the tickle.
yeah.
I
he,
did though.
He
I
looks.
did.
He literally looks like
You
him.
got it. You got it.
Also, it was
fucking
worth
Gale
it because I
looking
saw
head
Theo's
ass.
face. I saw his literal jaw drop. And it was
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I can look back at that. It was shocking. Anyways,
You're good. You're good. I just had to know. So
I love
when you pull it out, do you move to open it up?
Yeah, she kind of like
Okay.
sets the bottle on the desk beside her and like folds the scroll.
Fair.
She's like staring at him as she does it too,
That's
and
fair.
then looks.
He's just smiling, watching. He looks very pleased with himself. It reads, "This is a blood contract between 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐶𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 and Tobias Tenebrae, signed and paved with that of which we need most. Should this contract be broken in any way, it is that life force that will escape us. A non-acceptable ending to said deal will contain just that, or the direct removal of one's tongue. The contract is this. 1. 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 will fetch 1 Tobias Tenebrae's body and bring it to Tobias Tenebrae. It is imperative that she both return the body intact and usable, as well as return the soul to said body unharmed and unadjusted. Then, and only then, will 1 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 receive the exchanged matter of her brother's soul and the information on curing the bearer of the bone blade, both untouched and perfectly well." And that is all it says.
It's just
And I will say that the words are written in like this elegant, like
the fancy.
yeah,
like,
and it's red as well. It's like deep red. Yeah,
so cool.
You really made a straight up blood pact with this man. And I'm gonna send this that I wrote up to the chat as well. I read it fast because it just felt like Tobias energy.
That was the energy. Of it. It's really.
There you go.
Oh my god.
I'll make it like this. There you go. Oops.
This is insane.
Consequences there might be.
He didn't tell you about the consequences of this deal, all right? He left that out conveniently.
Yep. No one talked about that. That was not something that was negotiated, so he negotiated himself.
God.
That bitch. She just kind of assumed it would just kind of fall through.
It would just be a thing.
It would just be...
As in, like, if you didn't follow, then you wouldn't get, like, the things, but not the fact that, like, either of you would die.
Yeah.
But also, this, like, equally holds him to it, too, which is nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although he doesn't have blood to lose. Like, he doesn't have a body that's his own, so he really doesn't lose anything if he's just a soul. So you're the only one that doesn't benefit from this.
But remember, he did bleed on her when they did their exchange.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Symbolically, I suppose.
You bring up a good point.
Or
DM
maybe-
Ooh, have a good point.
Maybe all the blood. Maybe all the blood would leave his like actual body. Like it would just kind of
Like there's a connection.
like a Capri Sun, like that.
Yeah, especially if he's. I don't know. Yeah.
She's gonna like read this. Her brain is working overtime right now, so it is. She's reading it quickly, like how you read it.
Mm.
And she's gonna like kind of lower it and look at him and be like, So if I don't get your body, I'm going to lose my tongue?
Or die, whatever sounds best in the moment.
Do I get a choice, or is it just
Yes, of course. I would never leave you without a choice.
Wonderful.
Free will and all of that.
It's great. Cool. I'm just gonna like fold it. Okay. Bone blade. Fitting name. Just gonna drop it back in the.
Have you seen it physically since he removed it from the box? So to speak.
I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
No.
Then the name definitely would not make sense.
Ah. Okay. Hope I never see it.
Wishful thinking.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely gonna come out at some point.
You know how it works, don't you?
No.
Let me whip out my lore real quick.
Whip out that lore.
Not lore per se, but
Information. It's
some
pamphlet.
spice. My pamphlet.
And so what if I am Googling? So what if I am?
Oh, it's so funny. You can like look at the chat and then you like
So
immediately
funny.
get your phone out.
What are you Googling?
Okay, they said
Sorry,
bug
I
blade
was
as
like,
in
Jade?
first blade.
As in first blade, Jade.
Inspired by.
Interesting. I love
Inspired-
that.
inspired by.
Theo just went,
And then Theo was like,
Is
and
this
then immediately
supernatural?
took his phone out.
and then
Is this-
and then Theo,
Okay.
and then they
is.
said, "Are you googling Theo?" And it was just the.
He's like, hey, what if I am?
I love that. I love that.
Sorry, continue with your Google, sir.
Enjoy.
Sorry. I'm lost in my
Okay.
own words, per usual.
As you should be. Your words are beautiful.
Period.
And
Agree.
Okay.
and what?
I found it.
I'm almost done with my sin page.
Oh, wow, me and Haley harmonized.
Ooh.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's
I'm
so...
so into that.
You put
I'm
the words on there.
Oh, that's slap.
Oh, that's
And I need
sick.
to make that
That's
as well.
sick.
It's getting it.
You'll just
That's so
send
good.
me yours when you're done so I can use it as reference if I want to make
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Me too.
And there's
me too.
So,
Got it.
yeah, he says, you know what it entails, or something of that nature. he kind of looks at you a moment and he says, what is it that you think is happening?
Kind of thought of it like a demon, you know? And it pops out when it wants to, and feels angry when it wants to, and gets hungry when it wants to.
Well, that's your first mistake, because the sword isn't a who. It is a magnet of sorts. A magnet for all those little thoughts swimming around in Mud's head. Thoughts that an average person might consider a little too dark. Funny little ideas, urges that he's had over his lifetime. It's all multiplied by 2. And they bloat and they swell in his mind. Until the pustules burst. It's quite delicious, honestly. The concept. Not the bursting pustules.
Would it ever be satisfied?
Oh no. If he does not rid himself of the sword's hold, which is why our deal is so important. Do not forget. If he doesn't unbind from it, if he doesn't kill and kill and kill, it will be forever insatiable, and the hunger will only prove harder and harder to satiate until eventually it won't allow him to eat, or drink, or sleep, and he will waste away, blade in hand, covered in blood, until his body fails him and the sword moves on.
Ooh.
So crack on, yeah? On our little negotiation.
Do you know where it came from?
Yes.
Had it first?
Yes. Had it first, no. Where it came from, yes. Which is part of the information that you will receive upon my receiving of my body.
I guess that's fair.
Ooh. And she's gonna turn and like walk to her bag.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little pep in her step. Like she's proud of herself.
Yeah.
And she's gonna rip open her bag, stuff a hand in, and pull out the picture that she stole from
The museum.
the museum, yeah.
Mhm.
And she's gonna walk up to him, turn back around, walk up to him, and kind of hold it up.
He looks at it, then looks at you. Very unfazed.
So I had a plan.
Hmm.
Because you told me to find a way to communicate with you, so you didn't have to keep doing this, even though I am very touched you are expending your energy to visit me in my dorm at night. So I figured I would get help in finding out how to forge a bond so we could talk. So I think, because you own this is yours.
No.
This is not yours.
No, that's not mine. Might look like me. That was definitely Rain.
Her hands squeeze, and the frame cracks a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely close, though.
Do you own anything in that museum?
The things I found. I don't have too many belongings. They were all taken from me. As you know. God knows where they are now. You could have just asked if you need something from me.
I tried, and you said, figure it out, Andromeda. You've got this, Andromeda.
But if it's for
Oh,
a
by
way
the
for
way,
us to
you cut out your tongue,
communicate
Andromeda.
properly, then I can extend myself.
I would love to hear your advice. Advice, anyway.
He smiles at you. He says, very well. And you see him kind of pull out that dagger once more that always sits on his hip. And he yanks it forward and he holds it out. And you just see him just very steadily. He does not take his eyes off you. He just goes into his own hand.
Okay.
and begins to cut into it. And for a moment, he removes his blade again, puts it down back onto his hip, and holds his hand out. And then he looks at you very carefully, and he just says, do you have a vial?
Oh, I had the little bottles from. Yep.
Yeah, that you stole.
We stole.
Ooh.
Where from again? Where did we steal them from again?
Didn't you steal them from
Ulrich.
Ulrich?
The basement. You stole them from the basement.
Oh my God.
Interesting. Okay.
Repurposing them.
Continue.
That's wild, but okay.
For Flip. She's gonna go over to her bag, rip it open again, a little bit more aggression.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up a vial and walk over to him and cork it.
For the first time that you have ever seen from Tobias, you see fear in his eyes. And he's still gripping his fist shut, and he looks at the vial. He tilts his head a moment. Where did you get that?
Why do you want to know?
He puts the smile back on, and he lifts his hand forward, concentrates, squeezes until there's a few drops of blood that's dripping into the vial. And you notice that it is that red color, but there are almost little elements of blue to it.
Oh.
Almost crystalline as he does so. Before he pulls his hand back, and you see him kind of just go like this for a moment before he reaches and he grabs a little bandage and he just wraps it up for a moment from his belt. He takes a breath.
Pretty.
That is for your use only. Be very careful. It's elements of my very being. Dangerous stuff.
Can imagine.
Please do not let it fall into the wrong hands.
I'll keep it close to me. I got it from.
It was a basement, right?
It was the basement in the
Yeah.
cabin, I think, yeah.
It was the basement in the cabin. Yeah.
Mhm.
Paradise.
In the cabin. Yes.
I got it from. Basement? In a cabin?
It still stands. Interesting.
You know of it?
Spent lots of my time there.
You? Or you and Rain?
Both of us. Individuals.
Until you weren't?
Was I ever, really, is the question. Was I ever my own individual? It's an interesting thought.
That's up to you to decide.
Actually, that fate rests in your hands.
I won't let you down.
You best not, or you'll lose your tongue, so... Yeah. Unfortunate. But necessary.
How could I annoy you properly without my tongue?
How could you do anything properly without your tongue?
Exactly.
He smiles, he nods.
Do you know much, Tobias Tenebrae?
And she's gonna turn around and point at her back.
About this?
Oh, your little creepy future thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know as much as Rain knows, I suppose.
I'm so stingy about telling me things.
He is stingy. The very definition of warm. You see him kind of like, as he's standing there, he's kind of like looking around the room, almost as though if you were to really perceive him in that moment, it's like he doesn't need to be there anymore. Like, he doesn't need to still be in your room. But he just, like, hasn't left yet. He's just, like, he's given you what you need. He gave you the blood contract.
And he's lingering.
He's lingering. He's lingering a bit. And you see him kind of, like, looking around. He's frowning at things. And you could maybe suppose that maybe he just likes being seen. No. No.
That's a painful thought.
Yeah. You're welcome.
And she's looking at him, and she's kind of like, really, she's perceiving him. She is.
Oh, yeah. You perceived it already when you said, I see you, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Baseline set.
Yep. Baseline set.
She's gonna take the little vial and put it on the desk beside her. And look at him. She's gonna reach out a hand.
He looks at it, looks back up at you. You see him take the non-bandaged hand. And you see him do that little furrow of his brow as he concentrates. And then he reaches forward.
She's gonna, like, raise up so, like, his, like, fingers kind of touch the palm of her hand.
Yeah, because he does not go the full way. He's just hovering.
Yeah, and she kind of meets him halfway with that. And just looks at him evenly. And is it physical? Like,
yes.
Does she feel
You
hands?
can feel his fingertips. It's very cold.
Do you feel me too?
As you're very warm. You should get that
The sun
looked
is
at.
kind of-
You could be feverish.
The sun is kind of my whole thing, so.
You literally look like one, so. That makes sense.
Thank you.
That's a huge compliment to her, and he does not realize.
Inwardly, she's like, yes, I am looking.
Yeah.
My whole aesthetic recognized. And she's just kind of press her hand up just a bit more, so a little bit more pressure on his fingertips. And her fingers are gonna meet his palm, and kind of like an even gesture.
He flinches a little bit, but he doesn't pull away.
I just thought it might feel nice. To feel somebody else.
I feel Rain and Calypso all the time.
Somebody different. I have felt centuries of isolation, trapped in a mind. I think what kept me grounded was just remembering touch.
There is no touch for me to remember.
Now there is. If it helps.
He pulls his hand away. It was enlightening. You want me to say thank you? That's not going to happen.
You just did say thank you.
No, I didn't say it with intention.
But you said it.
I said it hypothetically.
Whatever you say, goodbye, son of rain. Is there anything else you needed?
looks around. He's like, no, you have the contract, so that's all I came here to do.
Okay.
Do not dally. Right. Or your boyfriend is going to crumple away.
I feel the pressure.
Good. There's plenty. Till next time, Shrub. Or until you figure things out with that little vial.
See you soon.
Don't drink it.
Do you think I am that weird?
You'd be surprised.
You have little faith.
He, like, turns on his heel. Kind of, like, moves to leave. And then he turns back around for a moment. He shakes his head.
Miss me already? And then
He's gone. He's gone right as you say that. Interesting. The fucking vial thing. That was a move. That was a move.
Ooh.
That's why I was like, interesting
was
that you have
interesting.
those. Okay.
God, it's just hot girl shit.
That
Okay?
reaction was fascinating.
Oh, it's my
Sheer
matching
fear.
scar buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Of course, I forgot that he had a matching
Whole
scar. Of
trauma.
course, he was
Next
down
time, I'll ask him
What?
about it next time.
there. Oh,
She was so mad about the picture. She was like, this
I know,
isn't
like
He's
yours.
That
like,
was
no.
all
Backed
backed
that
up
out
of it.
so
That
well.
was
I really
so,
love
that was so good.
That's he was like unfazed.
That would be
so
like, I
good.
could just
It's like-
help. I could just give
There
you.
was some violent
Yeah.
flirting going on there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
there
a little
was
bit.
some tension.
Undertones.
Undertones.
Subtext.
The way that
little
he
bit.
like said you're like boyfriend with like that emphasis is like he's like
Yeah.
kind of like bitter about it.
I should say also
Interesting.
that what he meant by the touch thing is that he had never felt that specific kind of touch. More so.
Mhm.
He's
Yeah.
felt touch, but it was the soft touch that he was like,
Yeah.
Until
I didn't have
What
that.
Sad. That's
She's
very,
like,
very
He's
sad.
never been like
different kind.
gently touched in his life.
Guess not.
Mhm. And she's
Yes.
like, now you have a point of reference for that to keep
Yeah.
to hold on
What the
to.
hell? No wonder he's like all bitter and evil-ish. He has never known anything but
Evil-ish.
Evil. Nice as that.
evil-ish.
Evil adjacent.
Of course he's gonna be a little crazy.
He's like
Yeah.
again. I'm gonna say it again. He's like a feral kitten that's never known love.
And her whole isolation
He's-
in
of
her
course he's gonna be
mind.
a little
Yeah, I love that
spicy.
you brought that up.
You just gotta wrap him up
that
like
was
a
good.
Because
bow.
that's
That's
that's literally him. He's just been trapped in a mind for centuries.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And she's like, I had
Also,
memories
we
to,
forget
like,
too much
find
that
comfort
Andromeda
in.
has gone
Mhm.
through that because that's
Yes.
a lot.
That's huge.
That's
And I
too
guess
much.
the question is like, who was
That's
Tobias?
Cinnabon.
Who was Tobias before that? That's the question. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, was he
Yeah.
ever himself? I mean, he obviously has a name. He was somebody, but like, maybe it was a thing of
Or was
like
that name created
so
just for
much.
Rain?
Well, so much of his life has been like that shack, probably, and being in rain. So it's like
Hey, we used to have the
Doesn't have an
theory that
whatever
he was
fraction of
literally.
his life was not
Yeah.
that. He probably doesn't even remember.
He was
Yeah.
literally what?
Your theory that he was what?
He was
Oh,
what?
we had the theory that he was literally created just to be a source of power.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm
Oh.
For Rain, remember? That was the
behind
whole
that.
beginning theory that we had.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he was an experiment baby. Oh my
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure
God.
he was like it seems like he was probably like a normal person at one point and then was like snatched and like altered so that he could be a power source. It's basically like turned into a battery for Rain.
Maybe not even like snatched. Maybe they're like, yeah, we can make you. We
Or
can
he
make you
just
super
had power.
powerful. We can make you power incarnate. But it came with a little clauses in the deal,
Yeah.
which was you're gonna be attached to my son.
Imagine
Well,
that,
my
and now he's
thing
here.
was, like-
He's here making all these deals too.
Well, I also think though that like it definitely could be that, but it's
Blood
also
pact.
like
Maybe that's where he learned it. He was in a
Yeah.
blood pact at first.
yeah, maybe that makes sense.
Frick.
That makes sense.
I feel so many things for Tobias.
Yeah.
I do too.
Oh, and Andromeda's gonna
Yeah.
take the vial. As this all comes to a close and he leaves, she's gonna take the vial and tuck it into a little safe pocket in her bag. And she's gonna put the picture in her bag too.
That's what
Just,
Rain.
just
What are
to
you doing with it?
get it out of here. And then she's gonna climb back into bed and give Mud a little kiss on the cheek and go back to sleep.
Oh,
We
Ugh.
love to see it. We love to see it.
that was soft as heck. Any
That was
moment he's on screen,
crazy.
I love it.
Mhm.
This
I
arc
love
is
it.
so
Eat it up.
fun.
It is. It's
so
really
much
fun.
fun.
Yeah.
Because I was already like, when the mud arc came, I was like on that
I was already-
train.
I was so ready. I was
conductor.
so
well,
ready.
you're the conductor, Jade, but I was next to
Oh.
you, and I was,
Yeah.
I was doing the
You're
horn.
doing the horn.
I was doing the horn, and then with this whole
You're doing the
Tobias
whistle.
part of it, it's so delicious. It's
A
delicious.
deep,
It's
deep,
so
deep
good.
part
so
of
much
me.
fun.
A deep part of me is like, wow. Can you imagine Darkseid Andromeda and Tobias? He's like ascended Astarion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can't.
Yeah.
I
What
gotta
did
go.
I say, guys?
gotta go.
What did I say?
I gotta go. And then Mud is not ascended Astarion.
mhm.
I hate it.
Wait.
He's very much. He's very. Oh my god. Sorry. No, I'm not gonna go
Oh.
there. He's very much like Astarion in Corinthian's body,
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally.
Mm.
and
Literally.
I'm not normal about
And you're
that.
compromised.
And I'm
Those are
compromised.
my two.
Snaps.
Yeah.
Snaps.
I'm
Yeah.
gone.
Snaps for that one.
Corinthian is, yeah.
I'm not gonna survive this.
Corinthian is so good.
Well, you're next,
and I don't
Wit.
even know.
Oh,
That's good.
because,
I gotta
because
go
I'm
in
sorry,
40 minutes.
Jazz, but you are the finale, babe.
You are.
So-
You are the
Babe.
finale.
I
of the
don't
finale.
have to be.
I was actually really stuck
No,
between.
but I have to go first because I might have to leave soon.
Yeah, I was between
No.
the two of these, like
I'm gonna
being.
speed run mine so fast.
Oh, you're good. It's a dream for you, just a descriptive one. But I was very much debating like flip flopping. Like I wasn't sure the order to put you guys in, so they're all very much could have been either way. It just
Could
happened
go
like
any
that.
way.
Sorry, bub.
I mean, I
Um,
think more comfortable just on like time side.
It's
Sorry,
fine.
Jess.
It's
Oh,
fine.
yeah, you're
I
good,
don't
you're
mind.
good.
I don't
Alone.
mind.
You're
No,
good.
I'm just emotional.
That's
we
fair.
should be fine. We should make it fine.
Okay.
But Wit.
I'm just aware.
No, yeah, you're so fair. You're so fair. Just literally tell me if
Be
you
aware.
feel like you need to go.
Okay.
So, sorry, my brain. As you make it back to your dormitory, I imagine that Silas is probably winding down for the night. I like to think that maybe he fell asleep. He fell asleep and he's just snoozing on your bed when you get there.
Are there like candles and stuff going?
Yes.
Okay.
And I like to think that also Arthur's probably has some like battery powered like fairy lights and stuff too. I would imagine.
Of course she does.
Yeah, she would.
Oh.
She is there to greet you when you get back, and
Once again, proving that our dorm is the coziest.
it is so cozy. I like to think that she spends the evening with you, telling you about everything her and Silas did that day. Everything they talked about. I will write you a drop about it. Don't worry.
You will? How?
Yeah.
Sorry. Ha.
You will. You will.
That's cool. Very
yeah.
nice. I'm very calm and normal about this.
Mhm. But definitely something happened. And she
What do
is.
you mean by that?
She is very descriptive and tells you every detail of what happened.
Cool.
Nothing too explicit.
I told them not to have too much fun.
I
and
think they
didn't.
probably just kissed a few times. I would think, if I had to say so.
That's all they needed, and they don't work anymore.
I gotta go. Sorry, guys. Goodbye.
No.
Anyhow, with that, when it is finally time that you lay your head down and get some sleep, and I
Other than
imagine
my brain short circuiting. I mean, I'm also what's else gonna
fair,
relay everything that happened. So
fair.
that's a very big.
I think because you relay
like, ours, the
everything,
power outage.
Arthros definitely lets you take the first shift with sleeping. She's like, I laid around and read all day. You sleep first.
I appreciate that. Actually.
So, with that, when sleep does finally find you, and you descend into slumber, you wake in a dream, and you are breezing past small homes, cabin-like structures that glow a shade of lilac in the dark of the night sky. And the ground beneath your feet is unsteady, sandy and caked in rocks and stones, and uneven footing. And in the blurred exterior of your dream, you can see figures walking past you, some glancing at you and smiling, all faceless and unclear. But they're tall, much taller than you, and the ground seems closer, much closer than usual. Small. You're very small. And you continue to sprint forwards. And you can feel the swell in your heart and chest as you do so. Childish joy, sheer delight. An excitement that runs through your veins as a small home comes into view. Blurred still in your dreamy state, you approach it, small legs carrying you well, while a bit achy, and you watch as one small gray hand reaches out to grip the door handle and push. And the slab of dark wood moves and gives way to warm light on the other side, and your heart swells once more with familiarity, with comfort, and a sort of relief, relishing in the feelings of home. And as the door opens and you step in, jumping over the entryway and onto creaking wood floors, a smell hits your nose. The scent of fresh vegetables and salted broth brewing atop a fire. The smell of stew actively cooking, natural herbs and spices only helping to boost its glorious scent. And even here in this dream state, you feel your stomach rumble and your mind salivate. And even this smell smells familiar to you, and you stride even further into the warm glow of the cabin. And as you round the door, walking past walls of wood and modest furniture, all simply blurred in your peripheral vision, you see a figure standing beside a table with a kettle in her hand. And she's tall, and her skin is an elegant light gray, and her hair is a short, choppy, but neat pixie cut. And she has very faint freckles dotting her cheeks lightly. Her eyes glow bright and white. And right now, they're fixated on another figure, sitting at the table itself. Your eyes move to them, curious. But they sit very still in one of the rickety chairs. And they wear a dark gray cloak, embellished with bronze, ornate designs that look rather expensive, high quality. And the hood of it is pulled up, blocking their face from you. When your eyes dart back to the woman you do recognize, you note that her expression is dripping in an odd hesitance, almost fearful, unnerved, and unsettled. And she lets out a sigh before she leans forward for a moment towards the cloaked, shadowed being. And you hear her say, "I appreciate your warning, but we don't know you, and so we cannot believe the simple words of a strange woman, not when we live so contently. We will keep a watchful eye, however, thank you." And you see her shift a moment and readjust her grip on the kettle in her hand. And you note there's a flask in front of the stranger. And you see the stranger nod, the cloak creasing as they do. And the woman you know to be your mother, Wit, smiles a fraction, almost in an attempt to free herself of any discomfort. Her eyes dart to you, noting your presence, and her smile falls even warmer, albeit a bit apprehensive, as they dart back to the stranger. And with further hesitance, she straightens and says, "Here." And your mother reaches forwards, grasping for the flask, pulling it off of the table, and beginning to fill it with hot water from the kettle, pouring it into the metal flask. "For your journey home, it gets cold out here at night." And the stranger stands about the same height as your mother, maybe a slight bit taller, and extends a hand for the flask that your mother is holding out to them. And your small eyes catch on something. Perhaps you thought it was cool, perhaps intimidating, or perhaps you thought nothing of it being a child and young and unimpressed by simple adult things. But you now, who stares through the eyes of your young self, notes something very curious. On a gray, thin wrist sits scarred flesh bearing the strange image of a rose.
How interesting.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm feeding you well today, sir.
You are indeed. How interesting. Do I interact, or is that where the dream fades?
That is where it fades.
Fair enough.
And it fades with your mother glancing back at you and giving you another warm smile. And I imagine it is her image that you wake with in the morning.
Oh.
As well as course of the other thing, but
But I saw Ven's face, right?
You didn't see any face.
Oh, just the hood.
Oh,
Okay.
you
just
didn't.
the
It was
hood.
just the cloak.
Hmm.
It
Fair
could
enough.
also be. Wasn't there another changeling there?
There was another changeling.
So it could be the other changeling. It doesn't have to be Ben.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Crazy. I'm
Would like
scared. I'm
would like
scared for
based on the
whenever-
skin color, would it have matched Ven's portrait?
You could say so, potentially.
Fair.
Mhm.
Although it probably would have been similar to the other one, but I
Whittle!
didn't see the other one.
Whittle!
Whittle!
It's Whittle! That's what
It's
I
Whittle
call him.
Win.
It's Whittle!
Whittle.
I will not call Whit when he's little Whittle. He's Whittle.
Whittle.
He's Whittle.
I want to
So-
squish little baby Wit's cheeks, like
I just want to hold. I want to give him a little hug
hold
and,
him
then,
gently.
He's gonna bite
a
you.
really nice childhood.
and make him a
That
little
sounds
cup
so
of coffee.
nice.
Did you say he
I
would
just wanna
bite
make
you?
him-
What?
Touches like juice, he's gonna bite you.
I'm gonna make him a tiny cup of coffee.
Ah,
A Whittle cup
For
of
a
coffee.
child?
bouncing off the walls.
Start him
Yeah.
young. You gotta start him young.
Hey, my mom did that, and I turned
Drinks
out
it, it bites you.
fine.
And I'm
Hey,
fine, guys.
I don't know if you're
So-
talking about Jazz or
both.
Arya, but either
But
or,
Aria, I was
no.
talking about Aria in the moment. But yes,
I
also
wanna think about all of our baby versions of our
Yeah,
characters.
I want to
hanging
draw
out.
them so bad.
These
and
I don't know
Travis
what
is
I'm
just-
not-
Arlo wasn't a baby version, but I'll draw it.
And
That's
no,
why
he was
it's
the
brought into
babysitter.
existence.
I'm
That's
He
the
was the
why.
babysitter, and
The
we were all hanging
babysitter.
out
The
with
original
Donut.
babysitter.
Oh my
He's always been
god.
like a child.
Wow.
Wow.
Yep.
I'm worried for your mom. Could be
Our
real.
mom.
It's an awesome.
Don't you worry about a thing.
It was because I had a thought of that would be Andromeda. Like she would be the little culty child who is like, oh my god, now I want to do this.
Your
that.
parents wouldn't let
And
you
the
play with
heavenly
me.
Ambrose was Ambrose was like, and Ambrose was having a really good day, so we all got treats.
Aw.
Oh,
Solar and Wit would
And
have
then
been
all of
best
us
friends.
are like, wow.
I hope they forgive me and we can still be friends.
It'll be fine. Anyways, Aria.
Wit also like talks to
Aria,
his
good
Arthurs
luck.
about his fuck up.
you guys.
Aw,
What'd you say?
that's
Say it
fair.
again. Say it again, Dale.
I
say
said,
it.
Aria, good luck.
Okay, what did you say,
What
babe?
did you
Look,
say?
Arya.
They said that Wit tells Arthros about his fuck up with Solar.
Aw.
Yeah.
Oh.
But he tells
She
her the
just
whole
says, "Oh, darling." That's she's like,
That's
it
rough, buddy.
happens.
Very gently. Hold
like-
it very
rough,
gently.
buddy.
We all fuck up sometimes.
It was like my first L ever.
Anywho,
So
little Andromeda on his shoulders, like,
Yeah, it hurts, buddy, doesn't it?
I was like, how does it feel to be in
how's
my
it
shoes?
feel?
Oh, that
How does
was
it fucking
so
feel?
Aria.
Wit's like slightly more
Hi.
like
Hi.
empathetic towards Andromeda in the future.
Yeah. Honestly.
Just like
empathy meter just raises.
empathy just like a point up.
It's the Red Dead one.
Aria.
Oh, yeah. The honor system.
Just
I'd
Yes,
like to
that's my
know
name.
what you do with your night when you return to your dorm.
Oh, it's Arya.
Hi. Okay. I think when Arya gets back to her dorm, question, are Elfie and Kuro awake, or are they kind of like resting, getting cozy for the night?
I would say that Kuro is in bed reading.
Okay.
As he usually is. It's like his nightly routine. I think Elfie is probably passed out already.
Okay.
She's a fan of sleep.
She is, and I love it for her.
Yeah. And I think she's passed out with like her baking
She's
book like
Miko.
on her chest.
She's so me-core for real. I love it.
She was like mid-sentence passed out.
I think Arya kind of like quietly knocks on the door and opens it.
Yeah. Q definitely smiles up at you as you walk in.
She kind of just like walks by quietly and just kind of silently just like ruffles a little bit of his hair as she walks by to the bathroom. And I think she goes in and she kind of like starts to like take off the scarf a little bit. And I feel like it kind of like she gets this source of just like a shiver of some sort, whether it's like her mind freaking out at the idea of taking off any of these layers.
Yeah.
Because it exposes her body more to the wind, like to the normal
cold.
air,
Yeah.
the cold. Or whether she's just trying to keep her heat inside of her body.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of overwhelmed right now physically.
Yeah.
And so I think that she's gonna go and turn on the shower to like the hottest setting, take a hot shower. And as disgusting as this is, she's going to walk into the shower with all of her clothes on and just slowly start to take it off as she feels the heat.
That's fair.
Like start to seep through.
Fair.
And then I think like as soon as she gets out of the shower, does her little nightly routine and everything, she's kind of like I think that they had like a robe of some sort.
Yeah, they
something
do.
like
You
that.
have
Okay.
your house robes.
House robes. Yes, she can put that on. Try and get as cozy as
That's
she
what
can.
𝐿 spends most of his time in. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love him so much. And I think as she's like brushing
It's like
out
a
her hair,
middle-aged dad.
he's so handsome though,
Yeah.
and I love it for him. He's got his shit together, and I appreciate it.
I do.
And I think she's just gonna like undo her hair, you know, brush it out, and just kind of start looking at herself. And I feel like the silence is so like
Loud.
loud. It's
Yeah.
so echoey because of how quiet it is
Mm-hmm.
that it feels like she doesn't want to think anything because any thought is just gonna like bang around so loudly in her head that it's just
Yeah.
super overwhelming. And I think that as she's kind of just like zoning out while looking at herself, she probably took off the rain necklace before she went into the shower. And she probably like looks down at it. And then kind of just like looks back up at herself. And I think she tries to look to see if there is anything there. And that thing of like,
Nothing appears. It is just you.
no knocking.
No knocking.
I think she takes that little piece of the broken mirror that she left on the other side of the sink. She puts it in her hand and just holds on to it. She like walks to get changed, put on her pajamas, put on her scarf again. And she kind of looks at Elfie in the bed and wants to feel that warmth of like knowing that you're sleeping next to somebody that cares about you.
Yeah.
But I don't think that she feels that she deserves it. And so I think she'll go up to the closet and grab one of like the extra blankets that they had. And I think she'll probably go and like take a seat at her desk, just wrap the blanket around herself, you know, get nice and cozy, put the pillow underneath her. And I think she's going to open up her mom's notebook. Do you have anything?
I don't, but I
Okay.
can get
And
you
I'll wait.
something.
I'll
Okay.
wait for that. I mean, she'll probably read through one.
It's actually
So-
interesting you say that because it works for what I have planned for
Okay.
when she falls asleep.
So I think that she probably, maybe then what she's doing is she's like looking at it. She puts the little piece of the mirror next to it, the broken mirror next to the notebook. And as she's kind of just dozing and kind of like
Falling asleep
falling.
as she
she
reads.
falls asleep on the
Because there's
notebook.
also all of the drawings
With it
in
on
there
her
and
mind.
stuff too of like
Yeah.
outfits and things
She'll
like
look through,
that.
she'll probably just look through her mom's drawings of some of her clothes then.
Okay.
That she like recognizes people coming in to get. And
Well.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say also the little thing of she's kind of like trying to recount the day, and I think one of the last things she thinks about is she like grabs onto her necklace that's Solar's, and is just thinking about the feeling of having them holding her and just wanting to feel that warmth, but only from them
That's fair.
and Bugs. Yeah, and I think that will probably where she kind of
Dozes.
she's got a lot of things on her mind, but she's trying not to think of a lot of them. So I think
she's doing the best
that's
she can.
probably where she wants to stop.
Well, Aria, when you do finally doze into slumber,
Yeah.
the world your eyes open to in your subconscious is familiar to you.
Okay.
You stand in your home in Drift Hollow, and you stand in your mother's shop, and you see thimbles lining the floor, and you see fabric and toolkits, and you see your mother's desk cluttered as it usually is.
Yeah.
And there's a wooden counter where you remember ringing people up and of the like, for the most part when you were allowed to.
Yeah.
And you remember, or as you're standing there, I suppose, it smells like how you remember a few evenings. Warm, and you smell almost the scent of like apples and cinnamon. And if you look towards where you know the kitchen to be, there is a platter of bread that sits there. A few loaves, or I guess, is that called a loaf? Yeah. A few loaves like taken, removed, as though someone has been eating it. And
like a slice.
Yeah, like a slice of the loaf. Yeah, that's the right way. Yeah. And you see the crackling of the fireplace, and it kind of just douses the entire room in warmth and shades of orange and red and yellow. And you hear the crackling of it, and you hear heavy wind outside the windows.
Right.
And you can smell that apple and cinnamon and that burning firewood. It still feels cold here, even with the flickering of those flames. It still feels cold. And there are elements of it that look as how you used to remember it growing up versus how you saw it when you were there in Ostradel with the group. As though part of it is falling apart, but part of it still remains. And supposedly it's nice to not be waking up in some strange place. You're not in the dark. You're not in a garden. You're just at home. But it is so silent aside from the fireplace crackling. Silent, of course, until you hear a knock at the door.
Front door?
The front door.
I think it kind of startles her because it has been so quiet, so you just hear a knock and it's like, oh god.
And it sounds almost echoing because it is in your head. It is echoing.
I think she kind of like, in her like, like first thing that you do, you know, because she's in this headspace right now. I think she's kind of like, she like looks around, and
that's such an eerie. It gives me the vibes of the horror story of like you're the last person on Earth and there's a knock at the door.
Yeah.
Say as well.
Oh yeah,
Love
that's what it gives me.
I love that one.
That's what it gives.
I think that she probably like calls out. She's like, "Mother, there's a knock at the door."
There is no response, and your voice echoes almost as much as the knock does.
I think she looks out the windows, and does she see anything outside the windows?
It looks like just snow and darkness.
Okay.
As though it is an evening in Drift Hollow.
Is she wearing what she usually would wear, like at home, or is she wearing like her like big dress that she made, or is she wearing like what she wears now?
She is wearing what she would always wear.
Okay. All right. So she's in it. Okay.
She is like back home, fully.
I think as she turns to the door, she kind of like puts her hand and like drags her hand against her mother's desk as she walks towards the door. But she's like walking in that super, super slow, like quiet way where she's kind of stepping around the pieces of wood that she knows creaks, just to try and make it as quiet as possible.
Eating that up.
Very, very.
And I would imagine she is
like all attention is on this door right now.
I would imagine she gets startled again because the knock comes again.
That's what I was hoping for.
And
okay.
it is not.
Yeah.
It is not in any way unsettling a knock.
Like
it is
hurried?
just a simple doot doot doot. And once again, doot doot doot.
Horrible. Okay.
Steady,
I think as it knocks again, she's like right at the edge, like her hand is like right at the edge of her mom's table.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as she like pulls it up, getting like startled, like a piece of paper falls to the floor or something.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's some ink on there or something. I don't know. Kind of.
As though your mind is startling as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And as like she can hear like the drops of the ink dropping onto the paper.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's gonna go up, and before she puts her hand on the doorknob, she's gonna put her hand on the door.
Okay.
Does she feel anything?
You do not. It just feels cold.
She's gonna open the door.
When you open the door, there's no one standing there. It is just darkness and snow falling, and you hear the whirring of wind.
And I'm sure it's like really loud in comparison because of the quiet.
Yes, it is like
the whirling of like the
yeah.
wind.
And it looks like oblivion. Like you don't see any lights of other houses when you look out there. You don't see anything. It is just darkness and snow and fog. As though if you were to just keep walking in it, you would be lost forever.
Okay.
And you see nothing. But a few moments later, as you stand there with the door open, you hear a creak of a floorboard behind you.
Oh, God. I think her gut reaction would be to turn around.
Okay. Is that what she does?
Yep.
Okay.
Gut reaction is to just turn around.
As you turn around, you hear a voice that says very softly, "Thank you for opening the door." And when you look, you see a tall, gray being.
Oh, God.
Her hair is long and white, part of it tied up in a bun, the rest of it down. Very noble looking. And she wears a gray dress, almost all of her being covered. High neck, broad shoulders, tight, almost corset-like bodice that kind of falls out into a very long and elegant gown. And her brows are white, as are her eyelashes. It contrasts greatly against the gray. And her eyes lift to look at you as she stands there in the middle of your mother's shop. And she takes a breath, and she holds herself very straight and pointed and elegant, diplomatic. And she kind of holds her hands in front of her, crosses them, and brings them down before she looks at you very carefully. And she looks you up and down a moment, and she says, "This may be an odd request, but may I give you a hug?"
Oh, God, I fucking hate this. No! I think all of the bells are going off in Aria's head right now. Because did she recognize her as her grandma? Because she's seen a... Did she recognize her then?
She looks like the woman in the portrait.
Okay.
And you see her hands folded in front of her. There is a rose scar on her hand.
I think there's this... First gut reaction of Aria is no.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one hugs her. That's not allowed.
That's fair.
And I think she when she hears the "thank you for opening the door," I think she takes a step back into the snow and into the wind.
Ooh.
With her hand holding onto the door, and
Fair.
she's holding on to it.
Fair.
And I think she's gonna say as she kind of takes in all of her all of her
being,
everything,
Mm-hmm.
all of her being.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's just thinking the thing of nobility protects their own.
Mm-hmm.
Nobility protects their own.
That Sin wrote over and over and over again.
And I think she just looks up and just says, "You were not invited inside," and slams the door.
Oh, interesting. She does not budge.
And Aria's just out in the cold.
Interesting.
And I think she turns around and she walks straight into the oblivion.
You don't want to talk to her at all? You don't want to get her side at all?
She doesn't want
anything.
to hug. All she said was she wanted to hug Aria. And Aria, in this headspace right now,
No,
knows
that's fair. You're fair.
hugging isn't allowed.
That's fair.
And so if this woman
As
is here by herself...
As you walk forward into this oblivion, into
Yep.
the snow, you hear the voice echo around you. And now it is simply you standing in a foggy, gray, dark snowstorm. Blizzard.
Okay.
And you hear this voice echo. You could have just said no.
I'm not supposed to hug strangers.
Sorry.
I'm not supposed to hug anybody.
And the voice comes again. That's all you needed to say. It is not often that I indulge in a hug. I simply thought meeting my granddaughter would be a bigger deal.
Aria turns around. Does she see her there, or is it just the voice?
You just hear the voice. And you hear her again. And she says, "Come back inside. It's warmer in here."
What do you want with me?
To reconnect.
Everybody wants something from me.
I just want to know you.
That's what Calypso said.
Compared to my own daughter.
Isn't that a gift?
Not with her.
I wonder if my mother would say the same. Aria turns
Shameful.
around.
Fair. You just hear her. Do you turn towards the house, or are you turning into the snow?
Is the house there?
If you take a couple steps, it is there.
So it's like a few steps to see it.
Okay. You
She's
see
just
that
looking at
glow. You see the glow from the windows. And you do hear her voice come back again, and she says, "Shameful we are as mothers. I do not deny it.
Why now?
I have access. But unlike her, we are doing it on your terms. Somewhere you know. And if you would really like me to leave, then I will."
Coffee or tea?
I've always been more of a tea person.
Mother's. She's gonna walk towards the house.
And when you open
and-
the door to the house, she is still standing in the same spot she was. And she just kind of watches you very carefully. Sorry. She just watches you very carefully, eyeing almost like every movement you make. And she just stays there with her arms to herself, as though she's not going to touch anything. She's not going to make a move. She is simply present.
Aria walks back in, but she leaves the door open.
Okay.
She walks over to the kitchen, and I think she walks by the bread and is kind of like, "So you conjured up my favorites to butter me up, did you?" Grabs a cup, grabs some tea.
She looks.
Kettle on the stove.
You did that all on your own.
What do you mean?
Well, this is yours, not mine. If we were meeting in my place, it would be much more regal. Elegant.
Sorry, I didn't know I was nobility until like a week ago.
No. And that in and of itself is shameful. Had I known, it wouldn't be that way.
I think you weren't supposed to. She hands the cup over.
Oh, I'm very aware. She takes it. She takes a sip. And she looks nothing like a grandma. She is fucking...
No.
She is...
She looks like my mother, probably.
Yeah, she does. She does. And she takes it and she takes a sip. Herbal.
Mother's favorite.
Good taste. Though she did choose my son, so I suppose. My better son.
Ari says that.
She shrugs her shoulder.
That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Perhaps. And?
Are we so judgmental of our family? I'm just happy to have one.
She takes a breath.
Grabs a piece of the bread.
And she nods, and you see her face fall a little bit. She kind of frowns. All I wanted was my family together and happy.
All you wanted? But what did you do?
I tried to protect people. I'm aware that I failed. Everyone, my own family, everyone I've ever loved, I have failed. So apologies for showing up a bit late.
Again, I don't know if you really were supposed to at all, so I can't really fault you on that.
Well, 𝐼𝐸𝐪 did say I'd be in touch, correct?
Oh, so you're the person?
I am the employer, but I am also your family, yes. I am glad that 𝐂𝐻𝐪𝐼𝐸𝐪 is safe.
So you wanted us to go save Cal.
I wanted him out. I wanted him safe.
You guys were
friends.
Friends?
Quite.
Then what happened? Why was he put there?
And that was Rain's doing. Not quite putting him beneath the school, but the reason he ended up there, I suppose. But all in all, it was my husband who ruined everything. Although he did it alongside 𝐶alypso, so I suppose I cannot fault him entirely. She is a...
child.
Persuasive.
Child.
A mite under my boot.
That's the second time that phrase has been brought up to me recently.
Family.
Like mother, like son. Okay.
On a side note,
yes.
Vey, if you have to skedoodle,
yes.
I don't know if you want to like stay in the call and leave your thing.
I do have to leave in T-minus 3 minutes.
Yes.
3 minutes. Yeah.
I don't know if you're comfy with it. You can turn your camera off because when I end the call, it ends it for everyone. So like you would be booted out of the call.
That's fair. And then I would just watch like the via YouTube on like my phone or something while I'm getting ready.
This
later.
scene is my finale
But it's
closer.
so juicy.
You will be able to watch it. It's recorded.
Aw,
It's recorded!
I want to be here for it.
I know.
Liar.
Well,
We love you.
we love you
We're
so
proud
much.
of you.
Yeah.
You're hard working.
Proud of you.
Man.
Hardworking boy.
And thank you for letting us do this tonight too.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I'm gonna stay as long as I can push it.
Okay.
Claire.
I'm gonna regret that.
Okay.
But
If
fine.
you have to
don't push too
skedoodle,
hard.
wave to
I'm
us.
just gonna
and
at some point I'm gonna turn off my camera.
That
and
works.
be on, but like
Yeah.
That works.
until then,
I
I'm
love
here.
you so much.
We love
Love
you.
you.
Continue
Nah.
immediately.
Okay.
Immersed.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So it was Rain's doing. Okay. What happened to the rest of the Guardians? Did Arlow, Nell?
As far as I know, Arlow was with 𝐂𝐫𝐪𝐴 for most of it. The rest... I only know of Kai's location. The rest are, and have been, a mystery.
That's big.
You see, I lost everything. All at once. Everyone.
You can tell me.
I was a coward, Aria.
I understand.
I ran away and I stayed away. For a very long time. Till I was approached by someone very interesting. She shares your friend's last name, in fact. An Aurora Chrysocoma.
Right.
She told me what was going on. She told me what she'd seen of my daughter. Needless to say, I felt that maybe I should step in. Although with hesitation, in case I plunder everything again. Though I was delighted to find Ulrich was dead.
I feel like that's the one thing a lot of us can agree on. Even,
I mean, considering he was nothing but a pathetic human, I was not surprised to find him gone centuries later.
So he didn't have the whole thing? Immortality. From...
That was a curse, not a gift. Before my plan with Calypso was carried through, she thought it would be funny to bestow immortality on myself, on Orion, on Rain. Said distinctly that when she gets out, she wants us all to still be here. Ulrich,
He gave it.
I should hope, did not get the same ability. Though I haven't seen him around, so... there's that.
It's a good sign.
You haven't either, correct?
Oh, no.
Very good.
No. I haven't. Wait. No, I haven't.
You see her take a deep breath.
I was just checking. Sorry.
She like sighs.
My brain's been a little woo everywhere, basically. So, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. At least we're on the same page with that. Were you the one knocking the other night?
Yes, that was me.
Why did everything go black and white for a minute there?
It's just kind of how I am. My mind. It's all a bit grey.
Oh, because black and white go together, make grey. Got it.
No, simply that living quite a few centuries, everything loses colour.
Oh. But that's a lot sadder.
Oh, yes.
Sorry
I would
to
have
hear
died
that.
around, a good equivalent of 80 years old if I had the choice. Yet here I am.
I'm sorry.
I wish I looked like your grandmother.
My what?
Your grandmother.
Who? My grandmother. Not my
As
mother.
in, like, age-wise.
Yes. I was like,
As in, like, she
Yes, she
appears
was
as
saying
your
she
you
wished-
were getting me. I was like,
Sorry. Yeah.
aren't you my grandmother?
She is. She
Are
wished
you
she
talking
looked
about
it.
my harpy grandmother?
No. She wished she looked like it.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Instead of looking like my mother, you'd look older.
I
Well-
could very well be your older sister at this point.
Okay, well, don't flatter yourself too much, but, you know.
Well, I should. I've kept all of my looks, after all.
I'm just kidding. You are very pretty.
Thank you, so are you. Orion's touch, I imagine. Or perhaps 𝐂𝐪𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐼.
What?
She's looking at the black in your hair.
So this came from 𝐂𝐪𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐿𝐼? Was this... He was the one that... Because that was the last gift that that 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐿𝐼 gave to my dad. He took that from Cal.
Yes.
Okay. I need verbal cues, sorry.
He took a very many things from the Guardians.
Okay. And we're...
He had quite a liking to Cal's rage. Not many saw it.
He looked quite beautiful when I saw him.
He has always been quite beautiful.
I'm sorry, I was so rude to you at first. My mind's been occupied since I can remember, and
You needn't explain.
I know, but it's still good for me to sort it through. I didn't know if I could trust you, given
Then perhaps
everything.
you can't. That is on you. You should know that I do not have any intention of lying. Not anymore.
So, if I asked you questions, you would answer truthfully?
I would try my best, yes.
Do you know why my dad stabbed 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐿𝐼?
Because I asked him to. She did not trust me. Never trusted me. Orion and Rain she trusted, but I did not trust Rain, so Orion was the choice. And he agreed to it, knowing full well what it entailed.
That it would stop her. Physically, at least?
For a moment.
Well, my dad's been stabbed for more than a moment, and he's still pretty out of it, so what went wrong?
Is that where he is?
I believe in her room.
Poetic. Rain's doing, no doubt.
I'm starting to hate poetry. Never thought I'd say that.
As am I, granddaughter, as am I. She's smiling at you. She's trying to connect. Listen. She takes
Does my
breath.
dad smile like you?
I suppose that's up to interpretation.
I haven't seen him smile.
He always looked more like Ulrich. Unfortunate. Though Ulrich was quite...
Okay, don't want to hear about that. I'm good. Not
She
in my head.
She smiles. She's like, the exterior did not match the interior, I should say.
I apologize. That's shitty.
Where I once thought he was obsessed with me, madly in love, it was simply what I could do. What I could produce.
And he exploited you and your children for it?
I think he loved them dearly. But not enough to love them for who they were. He had to make them something more. Under my nose.
You didn't know?
Not the extent. Hardly any of it. I was only ever told that 𝐶𝐪𝐲 needed a procedure. That she was dying.
Of?
Simply dying. Shattering. In a way. And I saw it, and she was. It was not a ruse.
And so they wanted to make her more powerful so she wouldn't shatter?
I see it now as that he wished to make her immortal. But I think he messed up along the way. And he paid for it.
So he helped her by killing Idona?
That is where I am unclear. Whether it was purposeful or accidental. I lean towards accidental.
But nevertheless, it was him. You said you know where Kai is.
I do.
Is he with 𝐶𝐪𝐲?
He is.
Why?
𝐂𝐻𝐪𝐿.
He's your friend.
And I understand now how wrong he was, but at the time we did not know.
What did you think happened? Why would you send him away like that?
It was not my doing.
Right. What did Cal think happened? Saw happened? I'm not sure. I'm not really clear on the details.
He showed up at the doorstep of my room in absolute shambles. Tears and the like. Breaking down entirely because his brother had killed his sister. And he did not know what to do but send him away. So he did.
Right.
Only I stand here now and I realize the gravity of the situation. That it is not coincidental that 𝐶𝐪𝐲 suddenly could make me, Rain and Orion, immortal, and Idona was dead.
Yeah.
She held on to that, though. Didn't tell us until they were taking her away. And she had the dagger in her heart, and she still could do it. That is the jarring thing to me.
Didn't Ulrich make those daggers to stop?
He did.
Why would he enhance his daughter to the point where he couldn't stop her?
I don't think he meant it that way. I think he was afraid of what she could do, and should he mess up along the way. She is a ticking time bomb. One wrong word and she's tearing your soul apart.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, given our brief interaction.
For the record, I am dearly sorry on behalf of everyone I've ever known and myself that has royally fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the one you should apologize to.
I'm aware.
Good.
And when I have the chance, I will be sure to deliver on those apologies.
Right. Chance, where are you right now? Why?
That
Are you
information I would rather keep to myself.
Are you safe-ish?
For the most part. You,
Right.
for now, can entrust 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐪. He is my apprentice of sorts. He has learned a thing or two from me.
The hand thing?
The empathy thing.
Right.
The sneaking into your mind thing.
Yeah, that was a weird little trick he had there. That's what's possible. Right.
He's still a little deranged. And yet, he has a role
Okay.
to play.
Just checking. So his role is to be the vice president of the school?
His role is to keep an eye on 𝐸𝐻𝐼𝐿.
What does 𝐸𝐻𝐼𝐿 want?
That is a good question.
Do you know of a...
What I know of him is that he is not always himself.
In the same way that rain is not always Tobias?
Not so physical a change.
Well,
I have my
mental?
theories. Are you
Okay.
aware that with soul magic, should you remove the soul and speak to it, you can, in a sense, possess the living?
say it one more time for me. Sorry, I'm a little slow right now.
If there is
So-
a body
Yes.
for this being to still roam in.
Mhm.
If there is at least a fraction of soul left in them, and you have the other piece, it is almost as though you are remote controlling. Like when a necromancer brings forth the undead. Same sort of thing.
So, hypothetically,
Yes, Finnick is not all there, is what I'm trying to say.
right? Good. I think I got that. But so you're saying there's a possibility that if someone has a piece of someone's soul that is connected to another soul that is in somebody's body, and you have that piece of the soul, you can control the body with a little bit of soul in it with this little piece of soul.
With the right understanding of soul magic and power, yes.
That's a terrifying thought. Okay.
If he was entirely soulless, I would be a bit more concerned. You understand?
I feel like I'm getting there.
Tell me. You say you found Orion with a dagger in his heart. And her face like winces as she says this. Did you remove the dagger?
No.
Well, thank the gods for that.
He's being used empathy-wise to do the bidding of, well, I'm sure you know. but his physical body remains the same.
And it must until that soul returns to it. Do you understand?
Oh, I get it. I'd like my dad back if I could have him in one piece.
I'm very glad he did not let you remove that dagger.
He's a smart guy.
Well, I should imagine he wouldn't like to know that his body is roaming around without one.
Oh. I see. Do you have in you? I think we're missing one somewhere, and I've been trying to figure out where the other one is.
I do not.
Oh, well, that's a good thing at least. Unless you're being used. Are you being controlled?
I feel mostly intact.
Okay.
Aside from centuries of misery and self-guilt,
that'll
loathing.
That'll do it, all right. I've got about 8. Yeah. That'll do it. Yeah.
Well.
So you are visiting me through your empathy, not through soul.
No. Where do you think Calypso got it?
Well, I know that you have empathy, and I know Orion had empathy, and so I had to assume you did because, like I said, Ulrich's just a guy.
And so is Rain. Altered now, it seems.
I think he could have been more. Or maybe that's just another regret.
Why does he roam around as this Tobias being? Do you know?
Well, otherwise to be a complete douchebag. I think it's mostly...
They are always one, correct?
You could say that.
I could never understand Ulrich's fascination with the man.
He liked Tobias.
Oh, he made Tobias, in a sense.
Oh. Like, which sense?
From what I know, it was helping him, making him a strong, powerful being. I assumed teaching him magic, what she knew of it. Although, it's just one thing for a human to teach another human magic. Quite pitiful.
I mean, magic tricks can be nice sometimes.
Ulrich broke it down as science. You cannot break magic down as science. Although it seemed to work for him.
Science is quite confusing, so maybe makes sense. Yeah, Tobias seems to be a power source. Swords. And I fear that whatever is left of Rain is being used more than he is using Tobias.
Interesting.
He's not that bad. Somewhat, when he's himself.
And you say this aware of all the things he's done, correct?
Not one.
And there lies your problem.
Yeah, that's what I've gotten the idea of. Dad said the same. I don't trust him far as I can throw him, and he's 7 feet tall, so I can't throw him at all. It's more of a Andromeda's thing.
The tree.
But the Dryad. But yes, Andromeda.
I was very close with her ancestor, you could say.
Aurora?
Oh no, that's a more recent occurrence. Ambrose.
Ambrose? Her god, you mean?
Is she a god? She was a mere dryad to me.
She was when we, when Andromeda interacted with us.
Just watching your eyes go, Haley.
I was just Haley going, our God, is an awesome God, great. Sorry.
You're good.
I just love she's a god. Was she?
Was she? Yes, she was last time Andromeda chatted with her, but now her older brother is in, well, no, he's not there anymore. Her fiance is in the tree.
Tree.
Ambrose. She was a tree.
Well, yes, she was a dryad, so I imagine she was a tree.
Yeah, but like an actual physical tree. Like there wasn't a person you saw.
She's a tree.
She was a tree. I don't know if she is still. But they would talk to her through the tree. Andromeda would put her hand on the tree and go, Ambrose, is there anybody I can talk to? And
why is she a tree?
That's a great question. Maybe we should find out. Because she wasn't a tree, and that's the important thing here.
So I have in turn failed every single dryad I have ever known.
I mean, to be honest, it seems like the dryads are kind of failing themselves. I don't know if that's all on you.
Is Andromeda aware that Ambrose was a chrysocoma?
Oh, bards, no.
Oh. Well, surprise, I suppose.
Did she also have the thing that with the thing?
Yes.
You know? Got it. Okay. Was she the originator of that?
I never knew anyone before, so...
Because I think I remember somebody, Hawks said something about it. That him and Idona helped her do something with it. I don't know. We didn't...
She wished to be immortal to help and oversee her grove, protect it. And Hawks' doing was so that she had a bit more control of the elements. Her surrounding ones.
And now she's a tree. Wonder how that happened.
It is of concern.
She's a big tree, too. She's not like the regular dryad trees. She's quite...
You have to understand that everyone disappeared. Everyone disappeared.
Back on it, yeah. Yeah.
Ambrose was gone. 𝐂𝐻𝐪𝐿 was gone.
When did this happen? When did everybody disappear?
Just a little while after sending 𝐿𝐿 away.
Was that before the rupture?
Far before.
Okay. Was it?
The brand. The rose.
You made it with 𝐂𝐻𝐪𝐿.
Ambrose. And another changeling by the name of Echo.
Echo? Haven't heard of them yet. Okay. And you made it to keep us a secret?
Ambrose foresaw 𝐿𝐿. She knew she would be a danger. We did not know how or why, just that she would be. And that it would bring complete and utter devastation. So we made a plan. I put together a group. A secret group. All of us with our magic combined were able to lock her away. The rose was symbolic, dramatic, my doing.
And you guys were the key?
In a sense. We called ourselves the Order of the Rose.
Right. EOOTR.
Order of the Rose.
OTR.
I know where your brain's going.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Am I on the right track?
You're thinking about the letter in the capital.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
OOTR.
OOTR. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the 11th row or whatever we were thinking.
Well, it was OOTR 11.
Oh, it was.
Excuse me. Oh my god.
Excuse me,
I'm
sorry to
sorry.
interrupt, but oh my god.
I'm
I
really
don't
glad
know.
I didn't just walk off into that dark, dark night. Okay.
Fuck. Oh my god.
Order of the Rose. And you all had the little brand.
Mm.
Quite cute, by the way. Roses are my favorite now. Don't know if that's ironic or just plain cruel.
At least I can attach a better person to it. You, of course.
I got it. I got there. So, OOTR.
Yes. And you mustn't speak of that to anyone, you understand?
Not even Arlow?
You may tell it to your little group of friends.
Okay. Because we are apparently a key as well.
Yes.
Is that where that's coming from?
It is why I imagine Calypso has surfaced now.
Getting stronger, maybe.
Or she sees what she wants and she goes after it.
Ew. And I'm glad I said goodbye. It's a worrying thought. So, 11. Is that the place my dad doesn't want me to talk about or go to or think about even?
He is brave to warn you of it.
Oh. Noted. Put back in the back for now. A little bit of a tense topic, I see.
Aria, I will not stay long. I do not want to take up too much of your space. But
I mean, I got plenty of it. It's all empty in here now. Just me. Again.
trust in your father. If he was reaching out before, he will reach out again.
I know.
You must know that I was not there for him when I should have been.
Who?
Orion. But he was my everything. He was my reason to protect everyone. He was all I had left, in a way. Once Calypso left, Rain was so very distant. But Orion was always there.
I think I understand the guilt that Rain felt, may have felt, after everything that could have happened with Calypso. But, like you said, everybody makes mistakes.
Mine have simply been nuclear.
I think all of this group's has, to be honest. If it makes you feel any better, we dropped an entire town on someone. Mountain on a town, actually.
She looks at you a moment.
That was pretty fucking horrible.
I see.
Uh-huh.
Please cease in doing that in the future.
I hope we never have to do it again.
I'd appreciate it.
I would also.
What I
Bad
mean to
already.
say, Aria,
Yes. Grandma.
You can call me Ven. It is not weird. But should you like to call me Grandma, then I will accept it.
I'm just trying to figure out what the whole dynamic between family is. I keep reading things about grandparents and they're not like you.
Listen, if I could bring you baked goods every so often, I would. But unfortunately, I'm not in the position.
Arya looks over at the bread.
And that wasn't me.
Shh. She just hands it over to her.
She takes a slice, and she just holds it. She looks at you very carefully.
I will bring you some. Grandma.
I do not know what has become of Orion's mind in the centuries he's supposedly been alone. But you must know that
he was with my mother 18 years ago, at least.
I do wish I could meet her.
She's a hoot.
Where is she from? She's still just holding hers.
She's from Roth.
Oh.
She's a harpy. Don't know if you need that a little bit.
Strange coincidence.
Coincidence what?
Well, that's where I've secluded myself for quite some time.
You're in Roth?
I didn't say currently.
Oh, okay. I was like, both of my grandparents are there. Great. I'm not going to go see my other grandma.
Listen.
Apparently, she threw her daughter into a fireplace. I don't want to be around that.
Rain has always been terrified of Roth. So I thought I'd go somewhere he would never find me. Should he ever return.
Return where? Ostrado?
The last time I saw him, he was being locked away on Earth.
Where?
And we tethered the tie.
Explain more. Tethered the tie when? Why? Which tie? There's a lot of ties.
When all hell broke loose, Aria. Did you not brush up on your reading?
Which hell? There's a lot of hells. At least 9 realms of them.
She smiles, and she says,
I'm trying to keep up with all I'm not a great history kid. I liked music. Anyway, please continue, sorry.
Rain and Orion...
They ventured off.
They snuck off.
Oh.
Without getting into the nitty-gritty, it released...
I'm here for the nitty-gritty.
...an issue. I'm not.
Understandable. Continue.
She says. Rain went back down to Earth for some reason. Orion fled to me, told me what had happened. And the elders shunned me. Said that I had done enough. And they closed the ties between us and Earth. For a long while I pondered where everyone ended up. Oftentimes the Guardians would venture around Ostrado and its realms. If I remember correctly, Kai was a big fan of Hanburn.
It's kind of funny. We've visited Hanburn. Lovely place. Got an inn down there that Arlow's.
Cal told me it was often hard to drag him away, or he spent so much time staring at Skiri Reef.
Any particular reason why?
I think he just liked the jellyfish.
They are really pretty.
Anywho. Rain, I knew, was locked away on Earth, and with Ulrich nonetheless.
Calypso was... No, already gone.
Yes.
And Orion was here.
Orion
Oh.
was still in Osterdahl. Hmm?
Right.
And I left. Because I had
The oth-
nothing anymore. The Order of the Rose was broken. I was broken. My family was broken. Even the elders looked at me as though I was broken. So I left and I stayed gone. We knew Ostrada would be fine, at least for a couple more century. All the elders that I ruled with are probably dead now, good riddance, and yet here I still am. That is my karma, I suppose. I
What do you think?
trapped Calypso in a prison of her own, and she collapsed me in one too. Retribution.
Complex relationship. I thought my relationship with my mother was bad. Or weird, I guess is a better way to phrase it.
When things are figured out, can you make me a promise?
I can do my best.
An easy one, I promise.
Okay. You promised, I can make a promise. What we got?
Though he may not have had a good example of one, Orion will be an excellent father to you. Just promise to let him.
I'm hoping for nothing less. Especially with the chaos that it's bringing.
If he is anything like me, it is his one true wish.
Well, then I hope he is a little bit like you then.
He just didn't get stuck with a power-obsessed psychopath.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty happy I didn't have to meet Ulrich.
Oh, well,
I was worried there.
he's dead now, yes? So, no chance.
Can only hope. I mean,
Why
I
do you
haven't
say
heard
it like that?
I just haven't seen him. Or know of him. Question, did Rain say that in front of all of us or just to Arlo? About this whole thing?
He said it in front of all of you.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, he did tell Arlo that we have to destroy the remnants of his soul or something of that matter. After Rain is gone, Arlo has to do it. Apparently.
Did Rain dismember him?
I believe so, yes.
Are you sure?
I mean, I don't know why he'd lie about that. He made a mind block and everything.
Did he distinctly say that his head is no longer attached to his body, Aria?
I don't remember him saying that specific phrase. He didn't say that, right?
Nope.
Nope, he didn't.
He said he put him in a box and threw him in the ocean of Sub-Nara.
Oh, there we go. So, no. Not that I know of. He's in the bottom of an ocean in, I think, a place called, what was it? Subnautica?
Sub-Nara.
Subnara. I've never been. But
That entire realm is simply ocean.
so how would you get? I guess there is a bottom of it.
Yes, there is a
How is-
bottom.
But isn't the bottom just land? So they're right.
Why did he not destroy his soul? Why
Maybe
not do it
Calypso?
himself?
Maybe Calypso had an influence in that.
I don't think she would quite care.
I mean, she was kind of happy-go-lucky about the whole idea of family all being together. Maybe not you, but
No,
You know.
she wouldn't, would she?
No.
Aria,
she didn't.
going forward,
I'm going forward.
should you ever pay visit to Subnara, I should hope you do find that body there.
And take his head off?
Please.
No. I will do my best. Never dismembered a body before, but I guess there's
Wonderful.
always a chance for new experiences.
Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
I mean, he's at the bottom of an ocean.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's all
How am I
pruny
even
now.
going to be able to breathe?
You have a fish in your group.
He can't swim.
She just like
He forgot everything.
like a breathless laugh comes out of her.
He forgot everything, including how to swim.
And perhaps he should start learning.
I've tried to ask, and he said, "No, I don't want to do that. Because my name's Arlow, and I don't want to do that." No, he didn't say that, actually. He just said he's scared to, because he almost drowned, which is fair fear.
There is much I still don't know, and I'm seeing that very clearly now.
Got any questions for me? Maybe I can...
I will work on a list.
Then I will work on one too.
Wonderful.
Another piece of bread.
No. I'm going to take my leave.
Okay.
She still is holding like the full bread. She hasn't even do it. She's just standing there.
You could eat it, you know.
Please know that to come here and find out who and what my granddaughter looks like and is was a scary notion. You could have ended up like 𝐿𝑖𝑝so, and I wouldn't have known. But yet here you stand. And I feel pride. Immense pride. Like I once did with Orion. At your age.
He must have been a crazy character.
He was. Ran around
Yeah,
the
but-
capital playing guitar most nights.
He played guitar.
Oh, yes. Not well when he was younger, but well enough when he was older.
That must be how he nabbed my mum. My mum loved guitar. Well, she hated guitar for a very, very long time. And then I picked up lute. And I had to change her tune. Just a little.
You actually get a smile out of her. She smiles at you.
Music joke. Get it?
Well, I'm sorry, but I am not musically talented.
Please don't tell me I got it from Ulrich.
He wasn't really either.
Okay, good.
I can sing from time to time, but I
Ooh.
don't frequent it.
Maybe you should more.
Maybe I should visit more.
I was just about to say the same thing. At least for some tea and some apple bread.
So long as I am not imposing.
I mean, you won't be the last and you weren't the first, so...
That is my point. I will not be roped in with 𝐿𝑖𝑝so.
Oh no, she wasn't even the first, and she won't be the last.
Good. You know,
Just one.
these abilities, you probably have them too. Deep on down,
They will.
dormant, maybe.
Any idea on how to wake them up? I'm talking like Gale. I'm not talking like Aria. I'm not talking like Aria anymore. I'm sorry.
She just kind of
I was
looks at you.
Listening to my voice slowly
Any
just
way to
become
wake 'em
more
up?
Gale of Waterdeep. Any way to wake
Oh
them
my
up?
god, Arya is so Gale.
Yeah.
Oh
She
my
is
god.
very Gale coded.
Gale-coded.
She's very Gale coded.
That makes me soft.
Sorry.
Um,
Any way to wake
she
them up?
looks at you. She says, in your time with 𝐿𝑖𝑝so in your head,
Yes.
did you have any control?
Over what?
Her presence. Was there any moment where you did something that was not her doing?
I plucked flowers and I asked her questions.
No, not like that. Not things you did in your dream, but physical things. A mental block. Or...
I don't know if I ever actually fully blocked her out, but I told her no. She didn't like it. But she was gone for a little bit.
Well then, not so dormant, it seems.
Right. Can I wake it up a little bit more than just saying no?
Should Orion return to your mind, as I can... She, like, looks around. Feel you want him to. Think more on holding him there.
Holding him there. Like holding him like in a hug, or holding him in, like, there's Gale again, sorry. Holding him like
Gale, get out of here.
Gale! Holding him like in a hug, or holding him in like a I'm not letting you go, Dad. Aria's gone. I don't know who this is.
No, this is Aria. She just kind of Tio?
You said I had enough.
I need to hold on to Theo.
Hi. You're good.
I need to hold on to you, holding you gently in my hand.
Are you okay?
Yep.
Did you get too excited?
Yep.
Yeah, I got too excited. I was like, Tio had enough.
That's really real.
I had enough.
I've had enough of my book.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
my
you're good.
silly
You're good.
little grandma.
Can I mess up your layout?
No.
It takes me like 2 seconds. It's all good.
I'm trying to remember too.
Echo.
Was there anything that we've been asking recently that I need to think of that would be good to ask?
It's a good question.
Because I had a lot of questions to Rain, but I don't remember any of them right now.
Well, she said she would visit again, so
That's true.
you can always.
I
make
have to have a list.
She said she was gonna make a list too.
You gotta find my
There you go.
brother. You gotta use your mind
Which
powers.
I know. I gotta.
The one with the
Oh
tentacles.
yeah, we just have one. Yeah, we just have one brother left. You're right.
No.
I need
Um.
hand burn. Sorry, we'll talk about this later.
I knew you were gonna lose your mind.
Okay.
She meets your eye very carefully, and of course hers are these white, pupilless, glowing ones.
Arya kind of like takes a step forward,
Mm.
and like, I think her hand kind of goes out, because like she's kind of, I think, sitting more in like where she is now instead of being in the headspace of like when she used to
Yeah.
live here. Now that she created this,
Yeah.
I think she kind of puts her hand out to like touch Ven's like cheek.
You make contact. And she kind of just stays very still, waiting, kind of a little confused, a bit of a frown on her face. Notice anything? Any wrinkles? I should only hope.
There's a smile line right there. It could be bigger though.
She smiles.
There you go. Now it's better.
Before I take my leave, I pose my question again.
I was hoping you would.
May I hug you, Aria?
Well, I suppose you can.
And she kind of smiles. And the hug is that very, like, motherly hug in the way that she, like, pulls your head to her chest. And,
Is she
like,
taller than Arya?
Yes. Only, like, a slight bit.
Okay.
Almost the same height. And she just kind of, like, pulls you against her chest. Almost has to pull you down a little bit because you are, like, almost the same height as her. And just kind of lets you rest there. And she puts both her hands kind of, like, on the back of your head and one on your shoulders and just holds you for a moment.
Do you have a heartbeat?
It's a good question. In this version of her. No. I don't think she does.
Where's your heartbeat gone?
I should think
Usually-
it's waiting until you meet the real version of myself. You can feel it then.
Heartbeats are important to people. Can tell a lot about a person's heartbeat. Very musical.
Hmm.
Can you hear mine? And she kind of like stands up and she puts her head down, like puts her hand down and puts it
She's
to her hair.
she goes.
She doesn't understand what it's like to hug adults.
Fair.
She hasn't hugged an adult.
Yeah, fair.
I don't think she's ever hugged an adult.
Not an adult like her, like Ven. No.
I don't think she's ever hugged Mr. Wilson. She's never hugged an adult.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, because that was in her non like.
She did
She
it
was like,
once
no.
with her. She did it once with Spooky Mama when she was Red Spectre, but that wasn't.
That's true.
Did my
That's
mom
not
did
Mama.
my mom hug you?
I don't think Aria was hugging
No.
people at that time.
Okay.
she
I
held
agree.
Aria's hand. Or she held Hazel's hand though.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
No, but not a hug.
Ven
Wonky.
pulls back a moment and kind of just like puts her hands on your shoulders.
Oh, sorry. Really bad hugs.
And she's like, I can hear yours because I am currently in your mind. It's all around me, really.
Oh, sorry. Quite loud.
It's good. If it wasn't loud, I would be quite concerned.
Nope. This one's a champ.
Okay, Carlac.
Sorry, that was Carlac. Okay, Carlac. I'm
she just,
severely
She
deranged.
smiles
I'm
at you.
sorry.
You're good. She smiles
I'm
at you,
deranged.
and she kind of takes a step back a moment. She looks at you and says, "Get your list ready, then, yes."
Aria pulls out in her little dreamscape pen and paper.
Fair.
She's like, I'll get started on it right away. Ooh! I have a question though. A quick one.
Why don't you write it down, Aria?
Because I could ask it now.
Depends on the length of the answer. Continue.
Right. When you go into someone's mind or empathize with them to a point where you can communicate with them, is there a reason why you feel different?
How so?
Like, my dad felt nice, comforting, but he still wasn't warm. And when Calypso was here, it felt like overwhelmingly sweet, comforting. A bit like a crutch I had on her for a minute there.
There are only two things I can think for the answer to that. One, she's doing it on purpose. To fool you into loving her presence more. Or two, it's the power you're feeling. And she had quite a lot of it. And power is addicting. Once you get a taste, it's quite hard to turn back from.
I am glad to hear, though, that you didn't succumb to it too badly, I guess.
The Guardians were my friends. Not
They're mine too.
tools.
They're mine too.
And it is you who will rewrite the Nexus name.
May end in me, but I am a good writer sometimes.
Thank the gods for that.
Gods above.
She looks up.
Ooh, and Aria takes her hand, and I think she pulls her upstairs
Oh,
to go show her
her
the bards
room.
above.
She follows you very diligently, but still, like as you take her hand, like she still tries.
Like,
she tries
trying
to
to-
walk. She still tries to walk like elegantly, like queen-like, you know, following you.
Mom's not here. You don't have to walk like that.
And she follows you up there, and she looks around when you're inside, and she seems genuinely like intrigued by it. And she kind of, like, folds her hands in front of her. And she smiles a moment before she looks at you.
Bad stuff.
Your mother is very lucky to have a daughter like you.
I'm interested to see what she'd say now.
There's no reason that opinion should change.
Well, if it hasn't, then I may be in a sore spot.
Yes, but she didn't lock you in a prison, did she?
She locked me in a closet.
Oh. Well.
Yeah.
She kind of looks away.
But at least out there, out my window, I could see little birds sometimes. So, wasn't always alone. Had them in the bards, of course. And the people over there at the tavern who would scream really loudly. They were funny when they were drunk.
Drunkards, yes. Always funny.
Yes.
Please know that I will see to it, with every fiber of my being that is left, that you are reunited with your father. And that it can be the two of you.
I shall only hope to rewrite some of the wrongs. Just so we can all have a little bit of comfort.
History may be repeating itself, but it doesn't mean you can't change the cycle.
I do know that about history.
Very good.
Thank you.
I take my leave now, Aria. Thank you for the tour.
Oh, you wanted a tour? Well, this is not the tour. I'll show you the tour.
No.
So, actually, here.
She grabs your wrist and she says, "It is nice for my presence to be wanted for the first time in quite some time. But I do have things to see to.
Right.
Trust 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝑃. I know he is a pipsqueak and annoyingly coarse, but he can't be trusted. He may work under the school, but he does not work under the school. If you know what I mean."
That was a good one.
I've been around for centuries. I can work on it.
Does he have contact with you? Other than...
In a manner of speaking.
Okay. So, should something bad arise, he would know of it?
To me, yes.
Okay.
And should something bad arise with you and you need to contact me, you can go to him. Just whatever you do, do not throw my name around easily.
Mum's the word. But not the word because you're not my mum, you're my grandmum. It's fine. That was a silly expression.
I do know a thing about expressions.
Maybe I got that from you then. My mum doesn't like them at all.
She's like, wouldn't be the worst attribute. And she kind of turns and she looks at you. And she kind of walks back down, like, your stairs. And she does go for the front door now. And she stops as she kind of puts her hand on the handle. And she glances over her shoulder at you. And she just very lightly says, "Thank you again for opening the door." It was a bit dramatic that you ran off into a snowstorm.
Okay, well, it is my...
At the mere mention of a hug, but...
Okay, well, to be fair, I didn't know... I haven't been in this space before. Last time I was here, I was having
Aria.
a full-on breakdown.
I'm poking fun.
I can tell.
It was quite understandable.
Right.
Farewell.
Pop by again soon?
With a list. And she
I'll have
goes...
tea.
Very good, we'll need lots of it. As she goes, and you just hear the door slowly click shut. She doesn't slam it, nothing of the sort. Just slowly shuts. And you stand in your mother's shop. And it feels a little bit warmer. You can feel the fireplace a little bit more now. And that is where I'm going to leave you.
Oh my god.
What the yuck?
What is happening? How did that happen?
That
What
was
the
so
fuck?
much. What,
Yeah,
that
you
was-
guys actually got a lot, and I didn't mean for it, but I was like, Ven's not gonna lie. She has no reason to lie. So. Sorry.
What the fuck, guys?
What do we even touch on first? Like, I don't.
So, I'm just reeling over the fact that I can kind of, like she said, I don't have to trust her, but I feel like I could actually.
I feel like she's the
Trust
most
the
trustworthy
information.
Nexus we have met so
Yeah,
far.
I think that felt like the most
Yeah.
honest interaction that Aria had had with a family member so far.
Ignore the thing behind her, but that's
the peop-
very much how she
Yeah.
looked when she was standing in your.
Oh, she's so pretty.
slay.
yeah.
I touched her face.
Yeah.
Hits.
Arya would have never touched her face.
I'm gonna
She's
send
so
this
pretty.
to chat. I'm sending
Gorgeous.
kind of the vibes of how Ven looked. Ignore the little creepy bird thing in the background, or maybe don't. I don't
Okay,
know.
that's Arya.
But that's what she was wearing
I
and
don't know
how
what to
she
do with
looked.
myself. I'm not gonna recover.
I'm still shocked at the fact that she was helping us get Cal out.
Cal's her bestie.
Because that makes sense because they're friends.
Jailbreak for the bestie. I can't believe
That's so
𝑅𝐴.
wild.
𝑅𝐴's been like working for her.
And of course he fucking learned
What
that
the
from
fuck?
Ben.
From
That
Ben.
oh my god.
And it's just been there, like, right there.
𝑅𝐴
He's been doing it since the beginning, season 1.
Literally, yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. One of my favorite parts too.
Yeah.
I'm a little biased. The Ambrose part.
Yeah.
Because
You go
her
ahead.
being like,
Be
he's
right,
a
be right.
tree. That's
Yeah.
That's not even
She's
the
a tree?
first part of it.
She's a
There's whole
tree.
cult- There's a whole cult dedicated to her.
Yeah.
It's all fucked up in that place. It's not
Yeah.
good.
That's not
That's
who
why I
she
said the
was
thing
to
about the
them.
dreads. I was like, I think they're fucking up shit for themselves. Like,
I think it's them.
like,
What's that pain in my
I
stomach?
think it's your
it's
elders.
The Kai hangs out at Panberg dagger. That's
Yeah.
in my fucking gun.
yeah.
What the hell? It's dripping blood everywhere.
Why do you think Morgan knew about the jellyfish and did that for Arlo?
You like the jellyfish.
Kai liked the jellyfish a lot. Angrily puts on
He's ready to
chapstick.
kiss you. He's like, I'm not gonna smooch you for this
Moing,
shit.
moing, moing.
Fuck her up.
Yeah. He's like, that was delicious.
Yeah,
That
I
was
didn't mean to give you so much, but I gave you a lot.
Wow.
I also gave you Tobias
Oh no,
info.
you gave me too much information.
I'm gonna just go back and watch.
Oh, yeah, I have to take notes on it.
I know. I'm sorry. You have
Oh,
to
it's
take
okay.
notes on your own
I'm
scene.
gonna go rewatch it and then take notes.
You're
again. Is that-
fine.
Wow. What the fuck?
I didn't even have anything written for that conversation.
We
either.
confirmed it.
You're
Tobias
insane.
was created.
Well, just like I didn't have anything written in the sense that
He was a test tube baby. I feel so bad for him.
Why? I don't feel bad for him.
I feel bad for him. That's no identity.
he was just teaching him magic. That's all
Okay,
that
but
Ben
he
knew.
didn't create him. Like, did she say he like created him, or was he
Yeah.
She
like
said he made him.
You made him.
made him?
Made
But
could
that
also
could be like a
yeah.
double entendre.
I
It
wonder
could
if
be like a
Ulrich made Tobias. Did we get confirmation that it was? We don't know who made Tobias, right? Or what did they say?
Ulrich.
Well,
Ulrich
okay,
she
he
kind of said that he made
Ulrich
Tobias,
made
but
Tobias.
All right.
whether
I wonder
that's
if
like
Ulrich.
built or just made him how powerful he
Sure.
is. Yeah.
I wonder if Ulrich made Tobias like maybe Rain made Julian.
Interesting.
hmm.
An
Interesting.
interesting theory.
It's a Philly.
Theory
I'm just also
there.
thinking about like the whole human
Mhm.
doesn't have magic,
Yeah.
never fit in, never had.
Well, that was
power,
confirmed
and
for
now-
you too because she said a human teaching another human magic. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
Mm.
Mhm.
She was so.
Ah.
That's she was like
So petty.
She was like,
up to science.
It's not a science.
Mega
she's like,
tea.
I'm a freaking like goddess with magic. Like, why wouldn't they just come to me? It's like,
No, and she's right.
It's not a science.
She's
It's
like-
magic, you bitch.
yeah, it's magic, not science. There's no
I can't
math
remember
involved.
the-
Oh my god, things have just
Look,
got a lot
you
more
have a
complicated.
fish in your group. He can't swim.
swim?
She's
That
like,
was
what?
super embarrassing. Oh, man.
That was embarrassing.
I can't swim. I can't heal.
can't
What the fuck?
He is that
Stop it, you
fine.
can do
I
so
can't
many
swim.
things.
I
Happy
can find my
birthday,
siblings.
Arlo.
I'm real
I
good
can't
at
swim.
that. Happy birthday, Raven!
I can't swim.
I can't swim.
Sorry that went a little bit longer, but I was like, you guys
No,
were
I'm
doing a
sorry,
lot
yeah.
of lore, so I imagine you were
Food
okay
was
with
being
it.
set down in front of
I'm
me. I was
delicious.
eating.
Yeah.
That was
Yes,
crazy.
Oh, really? What?
But we did it. That's fucking season 4.
Holy shit.
Season 5 is gonna be fucking intense.
Season 4.
Season
I have
5's gonna
so
be
much-
intense. It's
You
gonna
also
be
have
really
side
bad.
quests. You have side quests now.
We have so many.
So many
We
side
have to go
like
to
3 side
Tobias.
quests.
We have to go decapitate my dad. We gotta
Remove
go.
Grandpappy's
what's the other-
head.
We gotta go.
Not my dad. My grandpa, my grandpa.
Remove Grandpappy's head.
What was the other one that we have?
Well, Frederick Boone.
Oh yeah, with
No,
that
not
guy.
Frederick Boone, not
What
Frederick
else?
Boone.
Wait, we had a new
Yeah.
one last episode.
Well, we gotta find Kai, of course, but that's not a
Find
side
Kai.
quest.
Oh,
That's-
the Atlas,
Oh, getting
the
Cal,
vampire.
Oh
The
yeah.
vampire.
Vampire.
The vampire.
That's the other one.
Atlas Kane.
Atlas
Yeah.
Kane.
And then also getting
If you go that
Cal to a place, I guess.
Mm.
I feel like that's gonna be a main one.
That's a main quest kind of
Yeah.
quest line.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right, we're talking
Good
side
to
quests,
do
not me
that.
being like, and then Cal.
No, we gotta do that, and we gotta do Kai. No, you're fine.
Hmm.
Apologize.
But
Wowie.
Dog with a butter on it.
Okay.
Butter dog.
What a dog with a
Big
bullet.
stuff.
That's how I feel. How did I?
Now you know why I really wanted to do this episode because there was so
my
much in it.
my grandma.
You like your grandma?
I do.
I
I like her
love
more than I
her.
thought I would.
Yeah.
she was very, that was very, I don't know. They just seemed to really hit it off, the two of those.
Mhm.
Two of them.
I like the energy. I
so
like the
easy for
dynamic.
them.
Yeah.
It's like she kind of reminds me, at least, as like from Aria's perspective, of like the really nice parts of her mom.
Natalia, yeah.
Like she reminds her a lot of Talia, but like the more
The sweeter
Loving.
parts, yeah.
the sweeter
Mhm.
parts.
That's going to be a very interesting relationship to
Ouch.
watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
I also
Yeah.
just really appreciate that she did the thing that she said about Calypso. The thing of like she wants you to trust her, so she's making you feel like this.
That was scary.
I was like, but that
I'm
makes
not
sense
trust Calypso.
because Orion didn't feel any like specifically better. He just felt like a presence being there, which would make sense of like if he wasn't trying to manipulate her.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't be
Wouldn't be this, like,
attempting to make her,
Overwhelming emotion.
Yeah.
comfort. And then Rain just felt warm because she hugged him.
Mm-hmm.
Like
He's the only one you hugged and could actually hear a heartbeat from. He's the only one
Yeah.
you've been able
Okay,
to
so
hug.
he's the only adult. Technically, I have hugged an
Oh,
adult.
yeah, you hugged her.
Great.
Yeah.
Rain was my first hug. That's good.
That's good. I like that.
I like that too.
Also, Haley, did you like the little thing with the once you get a taste of power, it's really hard to remove yourself from.
Gee, I wonder what that could
Fucking
mean.
Andromeda feeling the power that Calypso
Oh,
feels.
she's fine.
Wow.
She's okay.
Wowie.
She has everything under control. She's fine.
She fine.
She's fine.
The tree. She's a dryad.
I feel.
Oh my god! Okay, this is so
Yes.
funny. Hi, Sunny. Good to see you are still here, you insane person. Sunny just messaged me and was like saying that like she's a tree.
That's so cute.
That was so funny.
That's awesome.
Hello.
Oh, hi,
Hello.
Sunny. Anyway, yeah, that was just really funny for me to see in my DMs. I was just like,
That's
she's a tree.
amazing.
She's a tree. She's a tree.
That was
no.
I can't
Yeah, she
believe
said-
yeah.
I'm a tree and a whole cult worships you.
Hey,
for
Haley,
centuries.
you'll know this reference. It's the She's a Tree had the same inflection of Percy Jackson's "This is a pen" in the movie.
This is a pen.
pen.
This is a pen.
This is a pen.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Oh, hi Faye. We just finished. We finished.
Hey.
You got
Oh,
like 30
okay.
minutes, I think, or so to watch, or maybe a little more than that.
That was
40
so funny.
minutes.
Anyway,
A little treat for you.
A little tree.
Anyway, I'm sick in the head.
I have to pee so bad.
Go pee! Oh my god!
I actually do too.
Okay, well, we
Okay, well,
made
I
it to
did
the
it.
end anyway, so thank you guys for the little mini episode. I big appreciate it.
Yay! Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
being
being
here. We love you, Vay.
Thank you for
I
being
love
here.
you. You honestly, Vay, you were here for the most important stuff, I think. But
You were. I agree.
love
I
you,
agree. I
love
agree.
you.
I agree.
Thank
I
you
agree.
guys so much for being here so late too. We really appreciate it. And yeah, I will be in touch about when season 5 is starting and everything because everything's gonna get a makeover. So it's gonna be exciting.
Sexy.
Yeah. Good night. Good night. Subscribe to the Patreon if you want titties
Good
and
night,
dicks.
good night.
Okay. Good night.
Teddy's